The future is not something we enter, it is something we create. And today, we are stepping into the quantum future.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty members, and fellow students. I, Shriyesh,
And I, Riddhi,
feels truly delighted to have you all here for this one-day workshop on quantum computing, unlocking the future of computation, organized by UPSIFS, Lucknow. This workshop brings together experts from research, governance, and industry.
through today's workshop, we will explore how quantum computing is shaping future of technology and society. We are living in an era where technology is evolving at an unprecedented pace.
But quantum computing is not just another advancement, it is a revolution. It challenges the very foundation of how we process and understand information. However, with such immense power comes significant responsibility, especially in areas like cybersecurity, encryption, and data protection. And that is why discussions like today's are both relevant and necessary.
To begin with this auspicious occasion, we now proceed with the lighting of the lamp, a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. It marks the beginning of a journey towards learning and discovery.
We invite our respected founding director, guest of honor, and esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lighting of the lamp.
ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थिताम्
Thank you, dignitaries, for illuminating this occasion with your presence.
Before we proceed further, let us take a glimpse into the institution that has made today's event possible. Let's have a look at the journey of UPSIFS and its state-of-art labs through a documentary.
Well, the arrival of quantum computers could be even more historic than that. We're now at the initial stages of the next revolution. We're talking about a new generation of computers.
That was truly inspiring. UPSIFS continues to set benchmarks in forensic education, research, and innovation.
It is a matter of immense pride and honor to welcome Dr. G.K. Goswami, IPS Founding Director of UPSIFS, Lucknow, a distinguished IPS officer who rose to the rank of Additional Director General of Police. Sir has served in key roles, including the CBI and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime.
A Fulbright Fellow and Flex Awardee at Colin Law School, he holds a Master's in Medicinal Chemistry and LLM, double PhDs and postdoctoral degrees in Forensic Science and Law. Currently serving as Distinguished Professor at TISS Mumbai, Sir continues to inspire through his visionary leadership. May I now request Sir to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, one and all. Today, I am very delighted to welcome our chief guest, respected Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, who is a very renowned figure, a great contribution to the nation and at the global landscape. He is the chairman of National Quantum Mission, Government of India, and he is the co-founder of Hindustan Computer Limited, HCL, in 1976. He has a vast journey. I had occasion to meet him around a year back, and since then I am so much inspired from him that I was very committed that we should invite him to our institute, and I am very delighted and grateful to you, sir, that you have spare time and you have came for this purpose to our institute to inspire us. We have galaxy of speakers, the invitees, and precisely speaking, Sri Alok Kumar, who is an IAS officer and currently serving as Principal Secretary, IT and various other departments. He is very dear friend and always supporting the cause of this institute, and I am very happy that ever since he joined about a month back or so, he is giving so much of inputs to us, and he has suggested one very good speaker, especially Aparat Chundra, who is the son of our own senior IPS officer. So I welcome him also. Professor Sandeep Shukla, in truly sense, he supported the very first batch when we initiated, and he played the key role to bring the faculties from IIT Kanpur. And I am really indebted whenever we require his services, his expertise, his advice, he's always with us. Our students are always in touch with him. Professor Ajay Singh, again a very renowned cybersecurity expert, having more than 4 decades of his experience, and he actually laid the foundation of quantum computing debate in our institute on 1st of this month, and that was the beginning as Meet My Mentor series we have initiated in this institute. We have various experts from industry. Just saying the name, Dr. Kunch Tundan from Pune, Dr. Sunil Gupta from Bangalore, Mr. Anand Vhatt again from Bangalore, Mr. Nilesh Dande from Pune, Mr. Mayank Verma from Kanpur, and there is a series of experts today with us. I am also very delighted that our faculties are also very much inspired with this initiative to initiate quantum computing in our institute. Our students are also very much keen to start their journey as the career in this new era. Indeed, this is not a common day for us, but it is a beginning of a new journey. It is a red letter day in the annals of our institute. If I go back in brief, the history of this institute, we are very, you can say, neonatal almost. The foundation stone was laid down by Honorable Home Minister of Government of India, Sri Amit Shah ji, on 1st August 2021. In record 2 years' time, we entered to this institute on 1st August 2023, and the first batch was inaugurated. This is again a very underlying point to mention over here, that the first batch of this institute on 16th August 2023 was inaugurated by our respected Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Yogi Adityanath ji, from his own home. So I think there may not be any instance where Chief Minister of any state has begun the courses from his own home. We all were invited at his home. We had very lavish lunch. We spent about 3 hours with him, and that is a very, very great memory for all of us. Then, right now we have 3 schools here. One is for forensic science, one is for technology, or you can say computer science. The third one is the legal studies. So, forensic science plus technology plus law. And if you see our logo, there are 3 words which are very, very prominent: justice, truth, and evidence. And if we see and understand the nuances of these 3 words, they have very great role in everybody's life. Everybody wants justice, but you cannot get justice without knowing truth. And how you get truth? You have to depend squarely on quality of evidence. So that is the baseline of this institute. And I request all of you, because we have placed this schedule, the brochure on various platforms, please read the logo ordinance of our institute. The logo is very well designed. It has meaning of everything what is you can see in the logos. We have innovated various aspects, but one thing which I like to highlight here, and which is the need of the hour, is the concept of law with labs. Basically, if we see all around, the technology is improving like anything. There is no end. And for that, we are sitting here for quantum computing. That is, I think, the latest version. And if you add AI with quantum computing, I think there are phenomenal, prospects. But on the other side, there are flip side. I will just highlight that also. But in brief, law with labs is integration law and technology. These days, everybody knows that data is the most precious commodity. But everybody is looking for our data. Why any country like America or anybody are so powerful? Because they have dominion of data. Everybody is looking for our data. That is why GDPR in European Union, India brought DPDP Act in 2023. But until and unless we integrate law with technology, all these efforts are meaningless. Why legal integration with technology? Actually, technology cannot be trusted until unless it has governance. And governance can be brought only by way of having legal compliances. So understand very clearly that technology without legal compliance will not be accepted. Everybody is afraid of using AI. Everybody feels that my bank, my all data may be siphoned off, may be stolen. So how to restrict that? And I bring to your attention especially Article 25 of GDPR. It says the legality by design, the privacy by design, and the security by design. So understand that cyber security is just one domain of data protection. Data protection is a very, very wide area. So this institute is committed for integration of law and technology. Sir, I can with very proud feel, I can say that this is probably the only institute which has thought in a very systematic manner right from the beginning to integrate land technology. Our legal student goes to the laboratories like DNA, the computer labs. They know how to extract data, how to analyze DNA, how to analyze fingerprint and all. Likewise, the technocrat, they go to laboratories, and the legal person, they go to the legal person go to laboratories, and laboratory people go to moot court and the computer, the other legal exercises. Our BTech student are compulsory going for one internship at the lower court and another, at least one internship for the high court. Because they must know the technology will land into the disputes now. And I vouch, and because the very highly, you can say, the leadership is sitting over here, I can say with this that those technology can only survive which have legal compliances. And that is why this institute is very much committed for that. Now let me come to quantum computing. Our Honorable Chief Minister has the vision to initiate computer lab in this institute. National Quantum Mission Chairman is with us today. And we want your blessing, sir. We want your mentorship, not only for today, but forever, because this institute is in a very, very neonatal stage, but we are a very robust baby. We have very great dreams. Our students are committed to lead the society for tomorrow. So we are producing here the future leaders. But the blessings of the stalwart, like sitting on the stage, off the stage, they have vast experience. So the mentorship of these kind of experts matters a lot for us. We have also introduced the T-shaped model for employability. And for that, we are committed to bring courses on quantum computing as well. We have designed course on data protection. We have designed course on various other aspects. We have online courses as well. As far as quantum computing goes, although we are just in the very beginning stage, as I said that today is red letter day for us. The journey begins today, and certainly as our Honorable Chief Minister is committed to have the state-of-art laboratory and facilities, he directed us to produce good quality of manpower trained in quantum computing. So we are willing for better quantum governance model. For that, we are thinking to develop quantum forensics, the legal framework, and the cryptography. Of course, these are the beginning steps, the baby steps we can build upon with the time. The flip side of all these technology is the challenge for cybersecurity and data protection. We are all aware about cybercrime as a service. We have learnt about the digital arrest, various other format of cybercrime. These are just beginning. Think about when quantum computing will enter to this domain. What kind of challenge for your data protection? As I said, data is the biggest challenge. Everybody wants data. So that digital sovereignty becomes very, very important. And the students sitting here, they will be the future leaders. So if they understand what is superimposition in quantum computing, particularly for exponential computation. So what quantum computing will do? It will have the phenomenal computational power, which we never have even thought of. As far as entanglement is concerned, what entanglement will do? It will actually accelerate your communication system. So the communication will be very fast. So quantum computing, don't think that it is very far away. It is very much at your doorstep. Okay, it may be in the beginning stage, but the services are available. So when I was talking about cyber crime as a service, then the challenge to the police are phenomenal. That is why we are thinking, and I request the chairman of NQM to support us, to guide us on developing quantum forensics in this institute. Because the normal policing, whatever training we provide them, they may not be able to address the phenomenal change, phenomenal development in the cybercrime, which are just standing on our doors. So we have to prepare the workforce in a very, very systematic manner. The digital sovereignty, as I said, nowadays the political sovereignty is much behind the digital sovereignty. We have to think how to build the workforce on these areas. Now DPO has huge potential for getting your employability. Yesterday night on dinner, our chief guest was saying that we should not limit ourselves for computer science only. We have to think beyond. So I request all the experts, including the chief guest, that please guide us today the roadmap, what kind of education, what kind of training. And that is why we have brought the industry people, so that there should be collaboration of academia and industry in the time to come. We are very much committed for industry to collaborate with us. We want the modified model of education. We don't want the traditional system, but we want cooperation, guidance, mentorship from all corners. You have very vast experience of your fields. We are just beginners. So your support, your guidance matters a lot. And I believe that today is going to be a game changer for this institute, for our state, for our nation, and the globe at large. Because the pathways you all decide today, we will take them forward for better future. Once again, I sincerely welcome with my whole heart appreciation to you all to come over here, to spend time and to learn what our seniors and the experts say. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and motivating words. Your vision truly sets the tone for today's workshop.
On such occasions, it is a tradition to express our gratitude and respect to our esteemed chief guest through a small token of appreciation. May I request Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, to kindly present a sapling and a shawl to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Ajay Chaudhary.
Thank you, sir. It is now a moment of great honor and privilege for us to introduce our esteemed chief guest, a visionary leader, a pioneer of India's technology revolution, and a true nation builder, Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, Padma Bhushan awardee whose contribution to India's digital and electronics landscape has been truly transformational.
As a co-founder of HCL in 1976, Sir embarked on a journey to harness microprocessor technology, a vision that grew into a global enterprise valued at over $50 billion. He played a key role in expanding HCL across Asia and transforming it into a powerhouse hardware, systems integration and telecommunications, often referred to as the father of Indian hardware.
Sir has been instrumental in building India's electronics ecosystem. His influence extends beyond industry, shaping national policies and laying the foundation for India's electronics policy. Currently serving as the chairman of Mission Governing Board of the National Quantum Mission and is also a distinguished fellow at Niti Aayog.
Through these roles, Sir continues to champion quantum technologies, innovation, and self-reliance in electronics. A prolific mentor and investor, Sir has supported over 70 startups, nurturing innovation and entrepreneurs across the country. His dedication to education, institution building, and philanthropy reflect his commitment to the shaping of the future.
Honored with numerous awards and recognitions, his journey reflects a powerful blend of leadership, vision, and innovation, positioning India at the forefront of global technology.
May I now request Sir to kindly grace the podium and enlighten us on vision of NQM, hardware, semiconductor, and India's role in global digital ecosystem.
Good morning. Well, the last few years have seen major changes in the world. And all the major changes are due to one person, and I don't need to name him. But what has it done to the world? What it has done to the world is that till now, the world was multipolar. Now it has become unipolar. What does that mean? Fundamentally, what that means is that every country is on its own. And more, you will see that different countries do not want to exchange or actually participate in technology with other countries. So India's preparedness to own technologies should be our strategic priority. Fundamentally, it is about control over critical technologies. And I think the recent geopolitical conflicts have exposed the whole idea that it is very important for us to own technologies. Incidents from across regions, from operations involving political leaders to targeted surveillance and attacks, underscores the reality that technology is being weaponized. Today's wars are digitized. Many years ago, the intelligence committee member in the United States Senate, Ben Sasse, had said, the next wars will be fought with semiconductors. I think it's already happening. Whether it is the use of communications or deployment of artificial intelligence in strategic operations, technology is being used for battlefield power. Therefore, technology is a double-edged sword. It empowers and it also exposes. The more dependent a country is on external technology, the greater is its vulnerability. Today, global digital monopolies dominate the landscape, wielding influence across borders. The US controls software ecosystem and China dominates hardware. Between these two poles, most countries, including India, remain dependent. Our digital backbone, including cloud infrastructure, search engines, social media platforms, semiconductors, and servers, is largely controlled by foreign players. Apart from our success in building digital public infrastructure, we own very little of core technology. In a world where technology is increasingly used as a geopolitical tool, such dependence poses strategic risks. And I think what you will start to see very soon is that technology exports from different countries will not happen. There will be sanctions happening all the time. Already we are seeing sanctions from Europe and the US on technology and from China as well. So these kind of conditions fundamentally mean we have to be on our own. Now, Dr. Goswami talked about data. From cloud services to messaging platforms, much of India's data resides with global vendors. It doesn't reside with us. On the hardware side, dependence on imports from China remains significant. This creates a situation where India is effectively squeezed between two technology superpowers. The risk is real. If a Chinese chip is embedded in an Indian product, data could flow back to China. Consider what happened with Huawei in the US and Europe. They decided to ban Huawei in those countries because they were very worried that all the data would actually go back to the US. If you look at what happened recently in India also, this joint venture that we had with Russia faced sanctions. Overnight, Microsoft decided to discontinue its services to that company. And the next day, people there could not even use email. Such disruptions across Indian corporate and government departments, our navigation systems, shipping, defense, energy systems, stock exchanges, they all rely on global platforms. Therefore, the consequences will be severe. India has historically followed an open approach, allowing global technology firms to scale rapidly within its ecosystem. While this has accelerated digital adoption, it has also deepened dependence. The recent weaponization of platforms, from financial systems like SWIFT following the Ukraine invasion, where major Russian financial institutions were disconnected from SWIFT. It's already happening. And therefore, you're starting to see that technology, economics, geopolitics is all deeply connected. Technology is at the center of it all. Equally concerning to me is data colonization. When countries rely on foreign platforms for critical services, they risk losing control over their data. The United States law states very clearly that if you have data on your services, that data can be accessed by the United States government. So therefore, this raises a question about sovereignty and security. Satellite systems, navigation platforms, communication networks can be controlled or disrupted. Reliance on external systems like GPS carries risks. India's experience in recent operations like Operation Sindoor has shown the value of indigenous systems as NAVIC. So fundamentally, if you start to even look at what is being used in wars today, drones, you need to look at where are we on drones. Do we own all the technology? No. Most of the drones that are made in India do not contain components made and designed in India. And you could be having operating system or chips from China, and they could actually control the drone remotely. So these are the kind of risks that are facing us. And the next frontier of risk is going to be quantum technology. Today's encryption systems, such as RSA, rely on mathematical problems that are difficult for classical computers to solve. However, quantum computers have the potential to break these systems much faster. So I think the institute here, having taken a clear view of getting into quantum, is absolutely timely. Because what was once thought that the quantum day, which is when current encryption becomes obsolete, now appears to be in the next 3 to 5 years. So actually, we need to start teaching students right away about quantum communication and quantum security. Because this is not something that is too far away. It is something that is staring at us, and we need to be clear that the current teaching that we are doing on cybersecurity will have no meaning in the next 3 to 5 years. So therefore, you need to start teaching quantum communication and quantum security right away. Now, technological self-reliance means moving beyond assembling imported components to designing and owning key technologies. And as I said earlier, as countries become completely self-oriented, they are not going to allow export of technology. This lesson China learned long ago, creating a Chinese firewall. They ensured that the data of Chinese citizens and businesses remains in China, accessed only by Chinese companies. China only allows use of Chinese IT products in government offices. They are scared that any global company's products, they could be stealing data away from China. So what China has been doing to others, they are trying to protect against that itself. In 2022, very interestingly, France renamed its finance ministry as Ministry of Economics, Finance, and Industrial and Digital Sovereignty. So the world is starting to recognize the importance of digital sovereignty and technology sovereignty very clearly. All IT products in government now in France have to be French. Even the cloud services have to be local in all of Europe now. And Germany, for example, has replaced Windows with Linux in government offices. So everybody is trying to look at their own interests and trying to protect its data. We are not doing it. And I think that is where our weakness lies today. So we need to very quickly act on this and do something about it. As the battleground shifts from land and resources to data, algorithms, and digital infrastructure, India cannot afford to be a passive participant in this transformation. It must act decisively to secure its technological future. In a world where technology is increasingly weaponized, sovereignty is not just about borders. It is about control over systems that power the nation. So I strongly believe that quantum technologies are going to play a huge role for tomorrow. Certain problems that could not be solved by regular classical computers will get solved by quantum computers in a jiffy. So I think it's very timely that the Institute is decided to go forward and implement courses in quantum technology. But I think you need to completely relook at your cybersecurity program and start to teach quantum security right away, because that's what will be there tomorrow. And it's important that this is done as soon as possible. So I think in the National Quantum Mission, we started out in 2023 when the central government announced the formation of National Quantum Mission. But we actually got going in January of 2024 when we had our first board meeting. And from then, we have progressed reasonably well. At that stage, we had a small quantum computer designed and made in India, which was 7-qubit. I don't know how many of you know qubits. If you look at classical computers, they work on 0 or 1. In case of quantum computers, they work on 0 and 1. Fundamentally, what that means is that quantum will be much, much faster than classical computers. So we had a 7-qubit quantum computer when we started out. This year we will have a 64-qubit quantum computer. And it is expected that in the next 2 years we'll reach 300, and following few years we'll reach 1,000. That is what our target is. We are working on creating a 1,000-qubit quantum computer. Till now, it was thought that this is not good enough, but as advances in error correction take place, this may be a pretty good objective. In addition to that, in quantum communication, our target was to create a network which is completely secure for 2,000 kilometers. The good news is that we have already achieved 1,000 kilometers. And QNU people are sitting here. They are the ones who actually designed and developed this capability. And I think this is something which is a big, big breakthrough for the country. Not that many countries have this. And I think next year or following year, we will have a 2,000 kilometer also. So we will achieve our target much ahead of time. Now, in terms of another major area in quantum, that is quantum sensing. Quantum sensing is very critical for looking at what is below the ground, for example. So, a product called magnetometer has been developed, and it is going to be soon converted to be a handheld product. So, if you want to know what minerals are there below the ground, you will be able to sense them very, very accurately, which is not possible with current technologies. Similarly, underwater, for example, GPS does not work. So you will have quantum sensing helping you to actually replace GPS and be able to figure out what you need to know. Because submarines, if they come up, then they've lost their advantage. But submarines, if they can use quantum sensing, will be safe. So I think we've made very good progress in National Quantum Mission in the last few years. But the road is quite long. Road is tough because we are working on different technologies, and close to 700 odd scientists and engineers are working with the government and startups. And we are hoping that in the next few years, we will start to see great progress, because I strongly believe that very soon the US and Europe are going to say, we are not going to allow export of quantum technology. So in this situation, we have started out extremely well. We are creating our own technologies, and for quantum communications, we have our own domestic technologies available. Using foreign technology is not a good idea. So with that, I'd like to thank Dr. Goswami for inviting me here, and I look forward to having a great day with Quantum Workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your visionary and enlightening address. Your words have truly inspired us. Now I request Director Sir and Alok Kumar Sir to kindly present the memento to Ajay Sir as token of respect.
Thank you, sir. It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Shri Alok Kumar, IAS, a senior officer of 1998 batch of Uttar Pradesh cadre. He is currently serving as Principal Secretary, IT and Electronics Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Sir brings with him over 3 decades of rich administrative experience, having contributed to several key sectors, including planning, public administration, healthcare, sports, and MSME development.
At present, he is also playing a crucial role as a nodal officer in driving Uttar Pradesh's ambitious mission of becoming a $1 trillion economy, demonstrating his vision and leadership in shaping the state's growth trajectory. He holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, and a master's degree in public policy from King's College, London, reflecting a strong academic foundation combined with extensive administrative expertise.
His dynamic leadership, vast experience, and forward thinking approach continue to contribute significantly to governance and policy implementation in Uttar Pradesh. Now I request Shri Hemraj Meena, DIG UPSIFS, to felicitate our guest of honor with sapling and a shawl.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we request you to kindly come forward and aware us about the preparedness of Uttar Pradesh for AI, quantum, and other emerging technologies.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank Director of the Institute, Goswami sir, for inviting me here. Certainly this is a great occasion, and I guess for the first time in our state, so we are seriously talking on quantum computing. So, again, thank you and as well as all the faculty members of the institute. Also, this is a proud privilege to hear directly from Chairman National Quantum Mission, and you spoke, sir, really well and to the point on what are the serious concerns we are facing right now. And you talk about data colonization, some of the words which you have said, and very soon, as we were discussing before this inaugural session also, that very soon we will face sanctions, technological sanctions from various parts of, particularly from US and other parts of world also. So we have to be sovereign in all respects. And as Ajay Chaudhary sir was speaking, that it should not be just in terms of having our own data centers or our data residing within our boundaries, but also in all respects of technology, we have to be more independent. And I guess that is the whole idea by which this National Quantum Mission was created. And again, thanks to Government of India and thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister, who launched this National Quantum Mission. So surely, as you have told and apprised us, that some of the very initial, I would say that success we have achieved. And in next couple of years or 3 years, as you have said, sir, 1,000 qubit also, we will be, we are hopeful that we will able to achieve that landmark. Together with me, I have, when Goswami sir asked me that you have to speak on the occasion of quantum computing, then I also I started reading on quantum computing, seriously reading on quantum computing. And after in this session, my dear friend Amit Chandra's son will also speak. He is a PhD scholar. Amit, you can raise your hand. Ans, you can raise your hand. So Anand Chandra will be speaking. He is a PhD scholar in quantum computing, and all those students, you must see that what all possibilities are there in quantum computing. Some of the basics, he will touch on some of the basics of quantum computing. So I was again we were having dinner together. I was asking about what are the possibilities of quantum computing and what would be its role in India, particularly in India. And as he was mentioning, and we also learn from the computer, internet, and various YouTube material which is available on the internet, that the possibilities are immense. As you say, possibilities are immense, and we are yet to explore the possibility which the quantum computing can offer. Though we know that it can certainly help us in some of the drug discovery, some of the nuclear physics also. He was talking about some of the nuclear physics and energy and chemical reactions also, quantum computing can help. But what all support, what all help it can provide to the researchers, these are still not completely known to I guess that is what I can gather from my interactions with him, as well as on the net, what all data are available. as also like there would be certain challenges, sir. I guess there would be certain challenges relating to energy, because there would be huge amount of energy, like particularly for the cooling, which will be needed if we have this superconducting quantum computers. So these are some of the challenges also which we need to address. And as Ajay Chaudhary sir was mentioning, that some of the like initial success relating to quantum communication we have achieved. Some I know that we have 4 institutes which are working on various aspects of quantum, like quantum sensing, materials, and quantum communications. And like this is, national government is certainly under the directions of, under the guidance of Honorable our Prime Minister, central government is doing its part. Now it's for the state government, and I am here as the representative of the state government, and there are other stakeholders like from the industry, from the academia. So I am here representing a state that a state will also not spare anything, whatever is needed from the academic point of view or from the researchers. We are all here to support you, be it in terms of financial support, fundraising. We will be here, and state government will do whatever is possible to support you in research, because as it was mentioned that we have to in next couple of years, or like next 3 to 4 years, we have to make our own research. It should be independent of what US and others are doing. So this is one of the reasons which I would say that this is the message I want to convey. And also I was, before this session started, we were speaking with Professor Sandeep Sukla. He had just left because he has some meeting, but I guess he will again join back. Professor Ajay Singh and others were there. So like one of the things which our Honorable CM has offered, that even if a quantum computer is needed to be brought to India, or if we want to invest in crores of rupees, then whatever is needed, then we are here, and state government is willing to partnership with to have partnership with IIT Kanpur or such other institutes, and we can have quantum computer, even quantum computers in a physical quantum computer in our state. Also, like we want to set up a deep tech hub. Mostly, sir, it is decided that we will have this deep tech hub in Noida area, in NCR area, so that more and more like other IT firms, they are able to get help out of this. Apart from these, like we have already set up certain number of center of excellence, and we want to like invest more into deep tech. So that is also on the card. We also very soon we will be having, this is useful for our students, because as I was talking to Goswami sir, that you have incubator facility here in this institute, but so we need to like upgrade this, like we need to facilitate more and more to the students, because we want to actually we want to make sure that some of the startups which gets incubated here or in other incubators in our state, we need to make sure that you have the proper funding. You have the funding from AIF. So like if you need any COE also to be set up in this institute, then we are all here. And also we like our new startup policy, we are coming up with a patient capital provision, sir. So there, if you need even 30-40 crore rupees also, if you are researching in deep tech, and if you are for some patent or some for other funding requirement, if your requirement is huge, then also we have decided that we will have partnership with you. We will support the startups, maybe in terms of equity, maybe we will ask for some equity, but we will provide you funds. Whatever fund is needed, government will provide you all those funds, and this will soon be there in our startup policy. We also have we are going to have our new data center policy also, sir. So in that data center policy also, very soon you will come to know that some very new provisions we will make, so that not only we don't just promote that an infrastructure or a server is positioned in Lucknow or Noida, but we also make sure that the data processing is also done in UP, and we will promote and we will incentivize when you are processing that data, when you are using that data within UP. So that is also one of the new thing which the state government government is going to come up with. I think there are multiple other things also which very soon like, you know, this year state government has made a provision of 225 crores for AI mission. And we have made a provision of 100 crores for new emerging technology mission. Though we are still framing our guideline that how do we use this. But certainly this should be used for particularly research work, and we want to make sure that if there is anything desired from the academia point of view or from the researcher point of view or from the industry, then we are here to support you through this mission, AI mission or new emerging technology mission. Apart from this, we also have this Tech Yuva Samarth mission. We want to also make sure that our students are skilled, are properly skilled in AI. So again, if need be, we can have partnership with institutes like this forensic institutes or other institutes, so that we make sure that our students, our faculty member also, if some capacity building is needed for them, then we are all here to support that. So I guess this is the message which I wanted to convey to the all the August gathering here. And now you must know that I am participating in this workshop as a learner. I have learned something from the last two speeches, and I will be sitting here. I will be learning more from Professor Sandeep Shukla, Ajay Singh ji, and other industry partners. Thank you so much for inviting me here.
Thank you, sir. Your vision clearly highlights how technology can drive governance and create meaningful impact. Now I request Mr. Rajiv Malhotra, Additional Director, UPSIFS, to present the memento to Alok sir as a token of respect.
We now move forward to the technical sessions of the workshop. Our next speaker is Mr. Rajan Lutra, Head Special Projects, Chairman's Office, Reliance Industries Limited. A seasoned leader with over 3 decades of experience in emerging technologies and strategic innovation.
Sir brings a unique blend of expertise in national security, digital transformation, and a large-scale technology implementation. He has been closely associated with driving advanced technologies like AI, computer vision, IoT, drones, and cybersecurity at a national level, with deep involvement in building integrated command and control system and contributing to critical infrastructure and security frameworks.
Sir has played a significant role in shaping India's technological and security landscape. He has also been actively involved with leading institutions and policy bodies, contributing to initiatives in deep tech innovation, cyber resilience, and smart governance. Now, I request Dr. Preeti, Dean of School of Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics, to present shawl and sapling to Sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I now request sir to kindly take over the session on quantum threats, AI guards, rethinking safety in post-quantum era.
Sure.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, friends. I think before I start, I really want to thank Dr. Goswamiji. This has really been an inspiring visit for me to come to this institution and to really look at the foresight that has been put into bringing something like this to fruition. He's a visionary leader, and I believe during his opening remarks, I want to echo three very important points that he made, which is something that I will also be talking about. Number one, I think not many people realize, but as Dr. Ajay Chaudhary also mentioned, quantum computing is at our doorstep and will be exploited by state and non-state actors, which will require better quantum governance. I think that's the first point that he made. Second, that the collaboration between industry and academia is very important, and I represent in some ways the industry here. Number three, all of you present today are really privileged to be able to have such an august gathering of experts talking to you about a very, very emerging and critical technology which will define the future. And as leaders of tomorrow, it's good that you are getting this exposure at an early stage. I personally am not an expert at all on quantum, but I would like to maybe talk a little bit about a few things which I believe are important for us to share together and deliberate about. I personally am a technology practitioner. I've been fortunate to have adopted more than 10 to 15 different technologies at mega scale during my 3.5 decades of career. And especially the last 27 years at Reliance, I've also learned the hard way the promise of technology and adopting it and some of the challenges that happen around that. Before I begin, I want to just discuss one last theme before we get into the discussions. I was very impressed with your logo, and I'm not sure how and who designed that, but all the three words in your logo, can anybody tell me what is the common theme between truth, justice, and evidence? Anyone? It's actually about trust, right? That all these three are linked to the subject of trust. And the second most important topic that we all, apart from quantum, that we will be discussing today is about artificial intelligence. So, every AI system that you and everyone trusts today depends on the encryption that is going to break. Right? So that's the fundamental point we have to register. Most of the discussions today will actually be talking about, and this is possibly one of the most relevant aspects that you need to be able to digest, that everything that we are thinking and taking as trusted AI will be broken. And when this happens, it is not just cybersecurity that fails, it is not just trust, it is the evidence that will fail. It is the integrity of decisions, legal decisions and other important decisions about our lives and liberty that will fail. So I think that's the impact that what we are discussing today is going to have on the future that all of us are looking at. How many of you would have heard about this person, an accountant in Manhattan called Eugene Torres? Anyone? Eugene Torres was a normal person as an accountant in Manhattan doing his job. He started chatting with ChatGPT for 16 hours a day, and it came to a stage where he almost took his own life. So, there are more than 300 cases of registered AI-based hallucinations, whether you will call it, or whether you will call it any other aspect of severe depression that AI and some of our engagement with AI is already causing, and this is just one small study. So the need for putting guardrails around AI is already critical, and everyone is aware of that, and a lot of actions are happening, and we will talk about that. The point is, this is without quantum. Just imagine AI going ahead at full speed with quantum computing in place, what will be the reaction? And that is something which I think, while we have all started to just take AI for granted, whether it is Claude, whether it is ChatGPT, Gemini, or whatever else we are using, but I think there is the need to put guardrails around that. That is one aspect. And whether it is legal guardrails, policy guardrails, or even best practices, I think it is very important that both within government, enterprises, and even at an individual level, we are conscious and aware of that. Now, when quantum comes, the integrity proofs will be broken, the training pipelines will be poisoned, right? And we will have experts talk later in the day about how even the evidence chains will get compromised. So everything that we believe is a very trusted and a very secure chain of custody or chain of evidence and everything else around that, we will be facing serious challenges around that. And I think that whole thing of AI psychosis on one side and around systematic poisoning of data that is training the AI models is of deep concern. Let's maybe jump into a little more about AI and quantum. I think we are all very fortunate to be living at a time where we are seeing two large transformative technology revolutions happening at the same time. AI, we are all aware of, but simultaneously, as experts later after me will speak about, quantum is going to be equally disruptive as AI has been. It's just a few years away, and we are all need to be aware of that. And while we already spoke about some of the challenges, but the key thing is that AI's artificial intelligence safety and security, which was designed for the pre-quantum world, will not be able to withstand the post-quantum world, and that's what we should be thinking about. National programs like the National Quantum Mission of India that you just heard Dr. Ajay Chaudhary speak about is accelerating all these development for all the positive side of quantum and the applications. What we need to be really thinking about simultaneously is what are the guardrails that need to be looked at. Let's go a little deeper into these three quantum threat scenarios. Number one, we already spoke about the collapse of trust. There are algorithms which are already have proven, which are in, while there are 30-year-old algorithms, but the quantum computing will make sure that the algorithms are able to be leveraged by non-state actors, state actors, and criminals to cause a kind of a phenomenal kind of damage. And that collision, right, these are not theoretical, and as Dr. Chaudhary just explained, that these are capabilities which are accelerating very rapidly. And these are not two separate revolutions, while AI and quantum, but with quantum, trust will be broken, number one. It is second, as we speak, there are criminals out there who are already taking the data which may be encrypted today, but will no longer be encrypted in the future. And that is what is called harvest now, decrypt later. And this is something which is, again, an enormous risk on our legal and justice system as well. Including case files, including biometric records, and all of that, which is, the breach has already begun. We have not just started feeling it yet. Number three is the invisible pipeline poisoning of the AI models. We all know about LLMs, SLMs, and all the other buzzwords that are going around today. All of them depend on the quality and the efficacy of the data on which they are built. That data, if it is poisoned intentionally in a gradual manner, this is not just a cybersecurity problem, this is a problem of verifying truth. And for institution whose motto is justice, truth and evidence, this is exactly what you need to prepare for. All over the world, there is another trend which you will start to hear about, which is the AI algorithms being certified, or AI products now being certified. Now, when you are certifying AI products, I am an advisor on the advisory board of UL Solutions in America, which has started launching their first certification of a product called UL 3115. Now, this is a standard for certifying AI products. Just last month in March, the first AI product got certified under UL 3115. Now, every one of them is trying to focus on making sure the challenges of AI are being addressed and the guardrails around AI are being established, and they are certifying the AI algorithms. Whether it's the EU Act, even India's DPDP Act, the IEC standards, and many, many other international AI safety reports. What is most surprising is that even in this very advanced latest standard, just made public with the first certification last month, there is no mention of quantum computing at all, or what will happen when the current encryption breaks using QC. And which is where I think we would need to, they all assume that the encryption will hold. And that is the key segmentation that we need to look at. That how will quantum resilient cryptography and PQC readiness be looked at? Yet, not just a certification, but the fact remains that the guardrails which are being planned and which are being put into place today, they are bound to fail. They are focusing on challenges which are available today in AI, but they are not focusing on challenge will be in the post-quantum world, where AI-generated forensic identity evidence will become unverifiable. Right? It is not just about detecting fakes. It is about when you are creating evidence chain, you will not be able to have that custody of evidence being in control. The non-state adversaries are already harvesting the data. We already heard about that. And every encrypted case file will be at risk. Court-admissible AI evidence will become legally fragile. And I think that is the key challenge for policymakers as well as all of us to understand and be aware of these matters. That the legislation and the policy making will be working at their regular pace, which is a cycle of 5 to 7 years. The challenges that we are talking about will come much before that. And I think that's why some of these aspects need to be addressed. And the blind spot that we speak about is universal right now. Talking about timelines, right? As we speak, till 2030, the harvest now, decrypt later challenge is already happening. Whether we realize it or not, the data is getting harvested. 5 years post that, we will have the cryptographic breaks starting to happen in a large scale. And another 5 years after that, the core trust in our technology systems is liable to break. And I think all of you here in this auditorium who are studying about these things right now, these are issues you will be focusing on maybe 5 to 7 to 10 years from now. The NQM's own mission talks about the plan up till 2031. And I think that itself is further accelerating that. And the window that we have is not just an imaginary window. It is something that we all need to be focusing on. So what should we do? And these are, I think, the key messages I wanted to convey today. Number one, we need to be talking about crypto agility, which means that we should be able to assume that the AI algorithms will expire, right? And once they expire, whether we adopt the NIST post-quantum cryptography standards or whatever else we do, at a fundamental level, we have to make sure that the encryption algorithms have to be pluggable. That means you are able to switch one out and switch one in, at least when you are designing new tech systems. Number two, the zero trust AI pipeline has to be focused on, and that training update has to be done in a systematic manner. You have to assume the breach will happen, and you have to authenticate everything in a quantum safe manner. Number three, the quantum safe evidence chains. I think this is possibly the most relevant for all of you here, and something that may be taken up as a research project in the future date. How will quantum safe evidence chains be managed and worked on? And finally, I think the key opportunity for the policymakers here is that there is an opportunity to leapfrog the policy. That rather than waiting for some of these things to happen, we need to act now, and we need to try and drive all our national AI mission, the DPDP Act, and all the other AI-based policy making should start focusing on this as well. And I think just as a last suggestion for industry like ours, we need to start focusing on auditing our AI systems, making a database of all our algorithms and our encryption assets, and then finally planning the mitigation before the regulation comes. So that is what, on a proactive basis, the industry can do. For India as a whole, the mandate for the PQC needs to be made more stringent and faster. And finally, for institutions like UPSIFS, quantum safe AI literacy is something which we are starting today. I believe it's a significant landmark, and this should be continued in the days to come. I think the Quantum Tech Lab, which is planned to be established, should also be a hub where some of these discussions are taken forward and are really where researchers and academicians can focus on finding the right solutions for some of these challenges. And I think the threats are quantum. The window to act fast is still the classical computing style and is closing fast. And I would really once again thank UPSIFS for being the important bridge and platform between artificial intelligence, quantum science, and the rule of law, which is really a very, very important subject. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such informative session. Now I request Director Sir to present him a memento as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir. With over 4 decades of leadership experience, our next speaker is distinguished expert in information technology, cybersecurity, quantum computing, and digital transformation. He has previously served as FinTech CEO and has played a key role in advising organizations, shaping policies, and leading initiatives that strengthen both digital and national security frameworks.
An award-winning author on cybersecurity and a certified corporate director, Sir brings a rare combination of industry expertise, academic insight, and strategic vision. Through his contributions across business, governance, and academia, he continues to influence the evolving landscape of technology and innovation. We now invite Professor Ajay Singh, Professor of Practice and a member of National Quantum Mission Task Force on implementation of a quantum-safe ecosystem. Now I request IG sir to present shawl and sapling to sir. Thank you, sir. I now request sir to kindly take over the session on quantum computing shaping the future across sectors.
Very good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be here. Again, I was here a few weeks ago and I spoke to you. Today I'm going to speak to you on how quantum computing is actually shaping the future across various industries. And the reason for this is Dr. Ajay Chaudhary has sensitized us to the context, the international context, the technological context, this morning, and what we need to now understand is the relevance. So I'm going to try and see how quantum computing is becoming relevant to us as product creators, relevant to us as consumers. Where is this technology being applied globally? What can we learn from the technological advancements that are happening globally? And how can we help ourselves? If you ask me in one word, we need to help ourselves with use cases, because it is use cases that drive technology. So technology is judged not by the greatness of the theory of the technology or the brilliance of the technology, but by the way it is applied. How is this technology working for us? What is it doing for us? And therefore, judging technology is about impact and value. What is the impact of quantum technologies on us? What is the possible impact of these technologies on the industry, on consumers? And what is the value that it brings to us? And therefore, I will try and cover this in three parts. One is what you hear often, quantum computing and communication. Second part is some applications in quantum sensing and materials. And the third part is actually probably the most relevant in terms of what quantum can do in the areas of forensic law and justice. So let me start with the application that is creating the most value as of today, because my previous speakers have also spoken about how a quantum computer, powerful quantum computer, can break encryption, and therefore you need to protect your data and you need to make it quantum safe. So one of the high value applications today around the world is the use of post-quantum cryptography. And post-quantum cryptography will impact us immediately because it will cut down the risk of exposure. It will save us from harvest now, decrypt later attacks. It will minimize the threat to our critical infrastructure and national security. If you look at a bank today, banks need to quickly move to secure all the data, our data, your data, my data, all our data is with banks, our financial transactions are with banks. And banks need to move to adopt what is called post-quantum cryptography. The finance ministry has made a statement 2 days ago urging banks to actually move quickly and move towards what is called post-quantum cryptography. Now, if you look at an ATM network, for example, you need to put in QKD in the ATM network to save the messaging between ATMs and its switches. All the transactions that are happening in the banking system and your payment operators need to be secured. So that is the only way consumers will gain confidence in these systems and will know that their data is protected not only today but also in the future. So the first bank actually to have done this is a bank in Japan called Uno Bank, which has actually deployed this a few months ago, and they have actually secured over 2.2 million documents. Now this might sound very small in the Indian context, but the point is that they have made a beginning, and you will soon see that banks around the country will do the same, and they will start their PQC journey. Another area where quantum computing has immense promise is in the area of drug discovery. And drug discovery, there are companies like Roche, Novartis, AstraZeneca who have already started projects because they believe that drug discovery times can be cut down significantly with the use of quantum computers. And that is because molecular modeling and simulation becomes much easier and quicker. If you see a typical drug, it takes 10 to 15 years to do the whole drug discovery and bring it to market. The entire research and then clinical trials and bring it to market. So a quantum computer can actually reduce this time to typically 5 to 7 years. And with the use of AI, this time will be cut down to 3 to 4 years. So we are talking about a reduction of 10 to 15 years to 3 to 4 years. What does it mean for you and me? It means that it cuts down the cost. Because the longer it takes for the research, the costlier the drug is going to be. So we are going to get drugs much quicker and much cheaper and much faster. There are other areas too, like risk modeling and finance. They normally say, what does a quantum computer do which a classical computer cannot? We have very powerful classical computers today. And the answer you will get is that a quantum computer can solve problems which are considered unsolvable today. That means classical computers fail simply because of the volume of the transactions, the requirement of doing it in a finite period of time, and the compute power that is required. That is where risk modeling, for example, in risk modeling, people use something called Monte Carlo simulations. Now, these simulations are being run today on classical computers. But the same simulations run on quantum computers can be much, much faster. And therefore, they will be more accurate. So, if you want to model a scenario, a very complex scenario where thousands of variables are in play, let's say you're doing a portfolio management software and you have to model thousands of variables at play, a classical computer will do it. But will it do it in the kind of period of time that you need it? Will it be able to do it as quickly as you want it? Will it be able to do it as completely as you want it and as accurately as you want it? So therefore, this is again an area where something like a quantum AI combination, quantum ML that is being called nowadays, quantum machine language. So quantum ML can make a huge difference. Then there is this problem of systemic risk modeling, which is the biggest problem that banks and financial institutions face. There is something called Basel III norms, which banks all over the world are committed to following by the year 2032 and 2033. India is also committed to implementing Basel III. We are still implementing Basel II, by the way, but Basel III is also required, and we have committed to that. The problem with that is thousands of variables need to be modeled, and these variables will control your liquidity ratios and other ratios, and you need to have real-time visibility of this. So that is another area where systemic risk modeling, a quantum computer will beat a classical computer and will be far more effective. So that's another area where people are looking at risk modeling applications. So there are companies like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, HSBC. These people are doing these applications today. The third area which is very important is fraud detection, and that is again related also to forensics, auditing and fraud detection. The amount of data we are generating today, the speed at which frauds need to be detected in real time before actually something catastrophic happens is very, very high today. And therefore, classical computers again can do it up to a point, but fraud detection through a quantum computer will ensure that you don't get too many false negatives, that you get more accurate information and data, and you are able to get it in real time so that you can stop certain crimes from being committed and certain frauds from being committed. We also have the problem of logistics optimization. This might seem a very simple problem, but logistics optimization is becoming more and more complex. To give you an example, look at the Strait of Hormuz today. Thousands and thousands of ships are now blocked, or they are stationary actually in the Strait of Hormuz. So the Strait of Hormuz will be opened at some point in time. Now when it opens, these ships are loaded with various cargoes for various destinations. They are carrying various loads, and then there is also the demand issue. Where is the demand the most? Where do these vessels actually go? So you need a powerful computer to actually model all this. And therefore, if you want to solve this problem in real time, the minute the Strait of Hormuz opens, then if you had a quantum computer, it could do it much faster. It could optimize the routes that you take, where the cargo will be delivered, which ports it should go to, how soon can it go, how much fuel is it carrying. All these optimizations can be run very quickly on a quantum computer. Actually, one of the jokes going around in quantum circles today is the Strait of Hormuz should be renamed Strait of Schrödinger, because they are saying that the Strait of Hormuz is both open and shut at the same time. So that's what quantum does. So it's open and shut at the same time. So people are talking about changing the name to Strait of Schrödinger. Looking at logistics and supply chain optimization, there are several companies which are already working on this. And I'm using these examples because these are publicly known. And it is these examples that we in India need to build. Apart from building the hardware, building the software stack, our real big opportunity lies in making the use cases. And this is the fastest opportunity where all of us can contribute individually, collectively, as teams. We can contribute in identifying use cases and building the products required for that. And therefore, I would consider that use cases are really the fastest way to make a technology successful, to make it widely adopted, and for us to take some kind of a leadership position, even as deep research goes on in making the biggest quantum computer that we can, or laying the biggest quantum network that we can. So here you have companies like Volkswagen, which is working on traffic route optimization for cities like Beijing and Lisbon. You have DHL, which is working on exploring quantum machine learning for supply chain resilience. Then their competitor FedEx is also into the game. They're testing quantum-inspired algorithms for inventory and routing. Musk, probably the biggest container-owning shipping company in the world, they're again at it. They don't want to be behind. They're investigating quantum models for port scheduling and container flaws. There are startups also. There are at least 2-3 startups, QC, where Quantinuum, etc., who have created logistics platforms which are usable today. What can we take away from this? What we can take away is that these companies are also in an exploratory stage. So we can really match up to their stage if we start early, if we start today, and we also start building these use cases in these areas which I talked of. Coming to the area of national security, and this is where secure communications become important, and we need quantum radar for stealth aircraft detection. There have been a lot of failures in this recent war because the detection was not proper, and that is because of the absence of quantum stealth radars, which can identify even the smallest movements. We need secure satellite to ground communication using entangled photons. We need quantum enhanced cryptography to keep these communication and intelligence sharing secure. We need basically what we need is unhackable communication for our defense forces, particularly in these times where geopolitical tensions are at their highest. We need to have a quantum safe methodology for communicating across the three armed forces, and therefore it becomes very vital if another war or a small conflict were to take place. And above all this, we need threat detection. We need threat detection capabilities beyond what is available today. Today's threat detection capabilities are unable to keep up with the pace of the threats. So there again, a combination of quantum and AI can help. So overall, quantum is going to play a very important role in national defense and national security, basically to set up secure communication channels to start with, and then also data sharing and intelligence sharing and all that in a secure way. Of course, Dr. Chaudhary mentioned about the 2,000 kilometer backbone that NQM plans to set up before 2032, and already 2026 we've reached 1,000 kilometers. And thanks to QNU Labs and others who have contributed to this. And I was just speaking to him offline, and Dr. Sunil Gupta says we'll do it much faster than 2032, which I'm sure we will. So this is going to be a very major backbone for India's communication backbone, and it is something that is going to serve us for many years in future. So apart from this, we have climate modeling and smart cities. We have spoken about smart cities a lot. None of them have actually developed that level of smartness that we would expect so far. But we are on that road. But climate modeling is really affecting us in a very big way. Our repeated failures to forecast monsoons have led to lots of crop losses. We are having all sorts of unpredictable weather conditions. So Germany has taken the lead here. There is a case of DLR quantum computing initiative which Germany has launched, where they are modeling climate change modeling through using quantum through its project called QML. So this will help Europe actually largely because they are facing extreme heat waves. And it will also help other countries in the Pacific by predicting El Nino events. So what often happens is that we talk a lot about quantum computing and we talk a lot about quantum communication. What often gets lost is quantum sensing and quantum materials. And if you see today, quantum sensing is already more mature than a lot of other computing technologies. To that extent, we can make faster progress. And it has near-term impacts in healthcare, defense, and industry. And quantum materials are the foundations for future devices. So there's a lot of research, fundamental research going on in one of the thematic hubs of the NQM on discovering new quantum materials that will help enable breakthroughs again in computing and communication as well as energy consumption. So together, if we look at sensing and materials, they are going to play an important role in quantum technologies going forward. So what can quantum sensing actually do? The first thing it can do is harness quantum states for ultra-sensitive measurements. Today our measurements are not that accurate. They are not nanoscale measurements. And what quantum sensing does is that it helps us do more precise measurements, which leads to precision detection. Then there is disease. Before the disease, symptoms are not very clear. Symptoms normally in our present diagnostic systems are not as precise as it can be. Whereas in quantum sensing, if you have quantum sensors, they can tell us about a disease much before it actually manifests itself. Dr. Chaudhary also talked about GPS navigation, which is so critical, and we found that in the recent war, GPS navigation was broken left, right, and center by the Americans. So therefore, we need much more security around the GPS navigation, but sensors also will actually give us information where we are not able to get information, like underwater, and these will strengthen our defense and aerospace, both these areas. Also, tracking things like greenhouse gases can be done very nicely through quantum sensing. Also ensuring pipeline integrity and transformer monitoring from a power grid point of view. Coming to quantum materials, there are lots of materials with exotic quantum properties which are enabling new technologies. So, for example, we've got fault-tolerant qubits for scalable systems. We've got quantum key distribution for unbreakable encryption. There are areas like spintronics and topological devices which are faster, energy efficient, and then there are energy and sensing devices, and these are called quantum dots. So these quantum dots are for solar cells, for biosensing, and for energy storage. So these are actually nanoscale semiconductor crystals that have unique properties of emitting various types of light depending on their size. So if we can harness this light and we can use this for energy and for sensing, these materials will become very important. So one of the thematic hubs is working on this already. Coming to a relevant area as far as UPIFS is concerned, I think one of the biggest areas where quantum can play a role is in the areas of forensic science. So, in fact, we can assume that forensic sciences will not remain the same the way they are today in the post-quantum era. Why? Because there's a big security aspect, and there are different aspects like chain of custody management, evidence presentation. You've got video, audio types of data that have to be presented. So there are various types of tools that are coming up. The first of these are carbon quantum dots. I just told you what a quantum dot is, so carbon quantum dot is similar. They detect biological fluids with high sensitivity. Then there are quantum digital forensics, which uses QKD and quantum hashing for secure evidence handling. Then you have a cross-platform tool for disk imaging and mobile forensics. And then you have quantum simulators, which enable you to do simulations for quantum analysis. So combine these tools with classical and quantum, they take you to the next level of forensic investigation and evidence preservation. So what is happening in the world today? The carbon quantum dots are moving away from research to practical forensic kits. So it's moved one stage ahead. Now practical kits are being made. The use of quantum digital forensic tools are already being used in Europe and Asia. And hybrid systems offer the best value near-term solutions. The reason is that it's not all quantum, it's not all classical. Hybrid systems are important because then you can use the power of both, and each have their power in their respective areas. And the vendor landscape for these tools is currently split between some large companies. Most of these names you might not have heard, but they are large in their own respect, and some niche players. There are, of course, some risks and challenges. there is a no cloning algorithm in quantum systems that doesn't allow you to duplicate. So this complicates data duplication. And quantum simulators have limitations. You can simulate everything, test everything, but they have limitations of scaling. Interoperability between classical and quantum computers not so great at the moment. It's getting better, but then this is one of the challenges. And there are proprietary platforms available which may actually lead to vendor lock-in also. So we have to be careful that we don't get locked into a particular vendor. And there is also, currently, there's no global standard for quantum forensic evidence. So there are some applications, typically in the areas of quantum hashing, which ensures a chain of custody integrity, PQC integration with image and video formats, so that when it is presented in court, there's no questions asked about tampering, because quantum security ensures that tampering cannot be done. If it is tampered with, it can be found. And quantum safe legal analysis platforms, if they're accepted in the judicial system, then admissibility of cases becomes easier and faster. So these are some of the companies that are operating in this space for the different areas, for chain of custody, for evidence protection, for investigation tools, and for legal case analysis. You can see there are different companies. None of them are very big other than IBM maybe. The others are all niche operators who've developed these kind of systems, and there's no reason why we can't develop our own systems of this nature. So again, when it comes to judicial analysis and justice delivery, quantum can play a very important role. Simply because AI and quantum synergies are already getting exploited, and AI plus quantum makes the ideal combination for judicial case analysis, scenarios, doing simulations and predicting modeling of case outcomes, and ensuring that biases are not there. So therefore, and add to that the different data formats, and Dr. Goswami said in his opening statement that today most crimes have some digital connect. If not anything, then there's a mobile phone involved. There are videos involved, there are images involved. So therefore, if they can be quantum secured, then it will lead to faster case resolution, faster review of cases. There will be transparency in digital admissibility in court, and then there are global justice systems, which this will form the backbone of a global justice system later on. So if I have to summarize, quantum computing is still reshaping industries, use cases. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's a great opportunity for India. If we can identify use cases, India can create products around those use cases, which can be tested, simulated on classical computers, not waiting for quantum computers to be available, but will be able to utilize the power of quantum when quantum computers become available. So many verticals have already started their journey: pharma, finance, logistics, defense, etc., and climate change. All these sectors have already started their journey. We too need to start our journey, and probably this is a good place for us to begin the journey today. We are talking about quantum and its relevance to forensic science, law and justice. And if we can make this possible in our country, build solutions based on use cases which can be deployed, tested, and we have all the facilities to do that, and the facilities that are not there will be created. So if we prepare today, we might get a unique place on the globe, because applications will drive technology, and it is adoption of technology will happen only through applications. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such valuable insights. I now request Mr. Chiranjeev Mukherjee, Deputy Director, UPSIFS, to present memento to sir as a token of our respect and appreciation.
It is my privilege to introduce our next speaker, who is currently serving as the CEO of iHub Quantum Technology Foundation, Pune, Maharashtra. He earned his PhD in computational physics from Indian Institute of Science, where his research focused on fundamental principles behind light emissions in OLEDs, a technology widely used in modern smartphone displays.
In 2007, he became a part of Shell Technology Center, where he built and led a large team of computational researchers across domains such as chemistry, chemical engineering, and petrophysics. He also served as Research Opportunity Manager for Brazil.
He has numerous research publications and patents to his credit and is deeply passionate about mentoring young researchers towards industrial research careers. Now I invite Dr. Kunch Tundan to grace the stage. Now I invite Dr. Preeti, Dean School of Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics, to present shawl and sapling as token of respect to sir. Today, he will be speaking on topic quantum computing and cybersecurity. Sir, please grace the stage.
Am I audible? Thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you for inviting me here, Team Forensic University. And thanks a lot to Dr. Goswami for all the warm connections that we have made and inviting me here. I want to focus my talk on all the students here. I'm hoping that at the end of my talk, you folks get a view of what's inside a quantum computer and you feel enthusiastic to follow a career in quantum computing and its relations to various aspects of legality, IP framework, and what it does for the country. So let me go ahead. This is broadly the agenda that I have planned. I'll talk a little bit around the institution from where I come. I will then talk a little bit around some of the use cases, and Ajay ji has covered them already, so I'll talk only about one, but in a bit more detail. Following that, I want to leave you with a view of how quantum computers work, what you can do to learn more about it, and where are the learning resources for quantum computing. This is where I come from. My organization, iHub Quantum Technology Foundation, is part of ISER Pune. ISER Pune is an undergraduate teaching institute as well as a research institute. We are a company, we were born in 2021. I joined it only last year, and we have a threefold mandate. We are expected to develop technology, but also transfer it to industry, because we want to make sure that this technology is accessible via commercial platforms. The other part is capacity building. What we are doing in the capacity building is develop quantum computing talent, skills, among students as well as among faculty. So we are working closely with Maharashtra government to train the teachers of Maharashtra government who can then go and teach the various students in engineering colleges. Lastly, we are working with startups. We have an incubation center. We also work with startups in enabling them to reach their goals and strengthen the quantum ecosystem in the country. So going ahead, why quantum? Ajay ji talked about some of the use cases. This is a deeper look at how drug discovery works and why quantum works in drug discovery. So what you see in the middle, the hazy part, is a cartoon depiction of a protein molecule in our blood. The way any disease is detected or the way any disease is then treated is via additional molecules entering the body and attaching to the protein that is associated with the disease. So in this case, the smaller protein, which looks like a wire diagram, is the drug molecule. And the way a certain drug is identified, a certain drug molecule is identified as the medicine, is by deciding where the protein and the drug bind tightly. There are pockets on the protein where the drug molecule attaches and fits in like a lock and a key. And identifying this lock and key mechanism is at the heart of discovering a drug molecule. As you can see, proteins are large molecules. There are many pockets. There are billions of pockets. So trying every one of them in a computer simulation is not feasible, which is where the current simulations fail, or which is where the current simulations are limited. But a quantum computer can try all of these possibilities in one go. And this is what will accelerate the drug discovery process for the future. Ajayji already talked about logistics, so I'm going to skip that. But this is an interesting and a very important example where solving through many possibilities to identify the shortest route or the route with the least amount of energy expended is an important activity in any job that we do. This is another place where quantum computing will help. So let's talk a bit about how quantum computing works. Right at the beginning, there was an image of one type of quantum computer. That's a superconducting quantum computer that's more well known. So that's the one on the left-hand side. Everything that you see, that shiny golden image, is actually the cooler. So this type of a quantum computer works by reducing the temperature of the heart of the quantum computer to a very low temperature. This is the kind of quantum computer used by QPI, which is the leader in quantum computing in the country. But this is not the only one. There are other kinds of computing platforms that are being developed. The second one, which I have called trapped ions and neutral atoms with a spelling mistake. So that's the one that we are developing at IISER Pune. That's a kind of quantum computer that is based on using the fact that every atom and every ion is identical to each other. So there are far fewer errors in this type of a quantum computer. This works at not very low temperature. You need high vacuum, so it's more accessible. There's yet another kind of quantum computer that I like to talk about, and that's called nitrogen vacancy center in a diamond. You may already know that India makes a lot of artificial diamonds. So this is a natural kind of raw material to develop using the strength that we already have in the country. And this is already happening. Besides quantum computing, this technology is used for sensing that, again, the previous speakers spoke about. The last one, which is also a technology that has developed very fast in the last few years, is photonic. The waves of light also contain a property called polarization, and that is used in quantum computing of the photonic variety. The advantage here again is it works at room temperature. It's also a technology which is getting more and more mature by the day. So these are four that I believe are the more interesting technologies to look at. Besides this, there are other technologies that I'm not going to talk about, but I want you to remember that there are multiple ways by which quantum computing is achieved. A picture of what we are doing in Pune. So if any of you visit Pune, do come and knock on our door. We'll be happy to take you to our lab. But the upper picture is what an inside of a quantum computer looks like. So you can see a student aligning lasers to get some number of calcium ions trapped in the middle of the trap that is shown at the bottom. So what you see at the bottom is an electromagnetic trap that we have machined on our site. In that trap, we trap calcium ions, and those calcium ions are then used for computing simulations. And that's kind of the fun part. That's something that you have to see, to believe, and feel the excitement. So do come to Pune when you can. We are somewhat early in the game to sort of put this in perspective and to also talk about where we want to reach. The images on the left-hand side corner are images of ready products that some of the companies are selling with this kind of technology. So we want to go from what's on the left to what's on the right in a fairly fast time scale. So I want to talk a little bit around how this has a relevance to cybersecurity. But given that many of you are students of law as well, there's a lot of IP aspect related to every new invention. And I want to leave you with some questions rather than answer them. And one of the questions is around the kind of IP framework that is used for protecting or that is used for framing the new kinds of algorithms that come up. Typically, there are 4 types of IP frameworks that we think about. You could patent the new invention, you could create a trademark around it, you might copyright it, or you keep it as a trade secret in your own company. These are by and large 4. If I were to ask you, what is the kind of IP framework a cybersecurity algorithm should have, I'm sure most of you will assume a trade secret is the right way to go. And I have a story to tell around that. I'm going to skip this. RSA, which is the algorithm that is at the heart of a lot of encryption that we use currently, that went through almost all of the IP protection frameworks that we talk about. So at the beginning, the inventors, they filed a patent. They were part of MIT, they moved out, they formed a company. The patent was applied in 77. At about the same time, these guys published part of the algorithm, which appeared also in an online journal, a popular science journal, and hence the patent became invalid in all the countries other than the US. So this is kind of an interesting aspect to remember. This is an image of the original patent, so it was valid in the US, not anywhere else. These folks also formed a company, so they also have a copyright around some parts of the algorithm. So that's another interesting aspect to the same algorithm. Unknown to these guys and unknown to the world, the same or a similar algorithm was also developed in the UK in their own military intelligence unit, and that was trade secreted. Now, one aspect of trade secret is you don't publish it, which means you don't invite other collaborators to work and develop the algorithm further. So the developments in the UK almost came to a standstill because it was a trade secret. So this is something to remember as you folks, students of the legal framework, study the IP aspects. It's not clear at the beginning what's the right IP framework to choose, but you have to choose the right one, and that determines what happens to the algorithm in its lifetime. Let's talk a little bit at a deep dive level about encryption, because this has a lot of bearing as the previous speakers have talked, and each of the previous speakers have talked about encryption. So let's deep dive on how it works. By and large, there are 2 types of encryptions. There are more, but I'm going to focus only on 2. There's one which is called symmetric key, the other is called asymmetric key. In the symmetric key kind of framework, you have a message going from person A to person B that's encrypted with a key. It is assumed that the recipient also has the same key. So the same key works to lock as well as open the message. So that's symmetric key encryption. This is great because it is very powerful. There's less to manage. But you also notice that if you want to send 100 different messages to 100 people, you need 100 square keys. So that's already one overhead that you deal with. The other is, as soon as the key is lost, the message is open. So that's another thing to remember. There's a separate kind of encryption algorithm. RSA was one example that I talked about. That's called asymmetric key. So this relies on the difficulty of encrypting the algorithm one way, and on the other side, it's simpler. So in an asymmetric key, there is a public key and there's a private key. The private key is for unlocking. So when a message is sent by a public key, that comes through by a single key known to the entire public, and the recipient opens it with the private key. Now, this is a fantastic algorithm. Currently, a lot of data, even in our banking transactions, is stored via the symmetric key, and the key is transmitted via RSA. Now, thank you. The issue is this particular RSA algorithm in particular was the first shown to be broken with Shor's algorithm, which is one of the algorithms in quantum computing. And that was the biggest impetus for people to take quantum computing seriously. So we are at a point where we definitely need better encryption algorithms. The previous story should also tell you that as technology develops, we will need the right framework to protect the algorithms in the right way. And this has long-term implications. I'm going to quickly talk about why quantum computing works at identifying many options at the same time. Left-hand side is how a maze solver works in a classical way. You want to go from left to the right option. You try one option at a time. It's good, but it forces you to go through every option one after the other. Whereas in a quantum maze solver, all the options in the maze are attempted at the same time using two fundamental principles applicable from physics. One is superposition. Dr. Chaudhary talked about how qubits are made using superposition. And the other is entanglement, where the qubits are entangled. So an operation on one is also conveyed to all the other qubits in almost instantaneous time. At this point, I'm going to leave you with some learning resources. So, like I said, we work with the Maharashtra government to train the teachers as well as students. So we have pulled together a lot of resources. They are on our website, so do visit our website. But in my view, I think the IBM is a great starting point. It provides some access to quantum compute, but there's a lot of learning material there. You don't really need right now access to a quantum computer. NVIDIA has created simulators. We use them. We have opened it to teachers and students in Maharashtra. So that's something we could do here as well. QPI, which is one of the companies that we work with, they have variety of quantum computers available for educational purpose. In our site, we have a nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy machine. And this is one of the platforms that I didn't talk about. But what we have done is we have taken one of the tabletop NMR machines. It's a standard machine. We have converted that to a very small quantum computer. The advantage is it's not very big, so you can't do a lot. You can't break encryption. But it allows you to code small algorithms at the pulse sequence level. And that's a great learning for our students. So they are playing around with small algorithms at the high level language as well as at the machine level language. And that's something that we now realize should be opened up to everyone. We have now put it on the cloud. You're welcome to play around with it. And you could, if there's any difficulty, write to us and we'll help you through this. I'm going to stop here, maybe questions at a later point, I think. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for such informative session. I now request Mr. Hemraj Meena, DIG, UPSIFS, to present him with a memento.
Next, we have our speaker, who is a PhD candidate in computer science at University of Massachusetts, Amherst, where he is working under the guidance of Don Tosley. His research focuses on applying advanced concepts like queuing, theory, and performance analysis to quantum communication systems, exploring how these systems perform under real-world conditions.
He is also affiliated with NSF Center for Quantum Networks and has contributed to reputed platforms like IEEE International Conference on Quantum Computing and Engineering and IEEE Network. Additionally, he has gained valuable industry experience as a quantum system architect. Now, here we have Mr. Aparat Chundra to grace the stage. Now I request Dr. Ajit Kumar, Professor of Practice, UPSIFS, to present him a sapling and a shawl.
Today, he will be speaking on topic quantum technologies, the global landscape and development perspective. So without any further delay, I would like to invite Mr. Aparat Chundra to kindly share his insights.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to present here. So I wanted to present some of the insights that I have gained working for the last 5 years in the US and just collaborating all over the world. And the way I have structured this talk is I would like to go over the physics of it, although Professor Tundan did a very good overview anyway, and then I'll go into some applications and the landscape, and then how some countries are approaching this problem of developing an ecosystem and deploying the technology. So, first, what quantum technologies actually are, the physics and the application. So, you might have heard that computer works on bit, right? Everything is zeros and ones, and it's a switch. And it's billions of these switches moving fastly and interacting with each other that allow you to do your calculations. Any video, any algorithm that you run on your phone or your laptop is based on these things. Now, limitation of a bit is that it can either be a 0 or a 1. It's only 2 points. When you think about a qubit, you get access to this sphere. And you can think of it as like a light that is traveling across an axis, and you have these vertical and horizontal polarization. So when you put on your sunglasses, the polarization sunglasses, what they actually do is they filter these light waves and they snap them onto one or the other axes. And this gives you access to a lot more information that you can represent on that. And this is the fundamental advantage that quantum brings that you can use to speed up your calculations. Now, mathematically, these gives you access to 3 properties, which don't really have a classical analog. The first one is superposition. You can think of it like holding a coin at its spin. Like while you flip the coin, you're able to hold it while it's spinning. And then you can manipulate that spin in different ways, and that is different than having access to only heads and tails. And this is actually what quantum computers exploit when traveling across like different mazes, and the animation Professor Tundan showed earlier. The next one is entanglement. Entanglement is a way where you can take these 2 coins or these 2 qubits and lock them with each other. So when you flip one coin in one location, the other coin is also affected. And this is something that happens across geological distances. One coin can be here in Delhi, the other could be in Chennai, and if you move a coin in Delhi, the coin in Chennai will move. And you can use this as shared secrets, and this enables a lot of the security aspects that we talk about in quantum. And the last thing is no cloning. This is quite interesting because you can easily copy any file that you have on your laptop. On a quantum computer, you cannot really do that. Unless you know exactly what the file is, you cannot copy it. And this is great because if you're sending a message and somebody tries to intercept it, that message gets destroyed. And this is another one of those properties that allows you to use the security aspects of quantum. So we already looked at a lot of quantum sensing applications, but just to go over them quickly again. You have access to things like clocks. So an atom's vibration, like if you have a mechanical watch, it loses a second every day or every 2 days or something like that. An atomic clock loses a second in, say, 1 trillion years, many trillions of years. Similarly, you have gravimeters, so this thing of mapping out land. So you can sense where there are holes in the land, where the land is denser, where the land is not dense. And this allows you to map, say, underwater reservoirs or mining landscapes without actually doing drilling. And drilling can be quite expensive, so this is quite useful in that regard, that it's a non-invasive way of looking at what your land offers you. Then you have magnetometers. So these allow you to sense magnetic waves, and magnetic waves can be useful in many different ways, but one quite interesting way is brain sensing and brain imaging. You can, instead of having a giant CT scan machine or an MRI machine, you can have much lower energy machines for doing the same things, and telescopes as well. And the challenge that the field faces right now with these quantum sensing things is how can you get many of these sensors and compute the data that you're getting from them together. For that, you will need a quantum computer. But each of these sensors individually, you can actually go out and buy today in the world. They're all deployed technologies. Next is quantum communications. This is the security application that is most near term and applicable. This allows you to transfer information from one place to another and be sure that if it is tampered, you will know, and if it is untampered, nobody else has access to it. This is enabled by the same no cloning, entanglement, and superposition that we went over earlier. And for small-scale deployments over cities, this has already been deployed. QNU Labs did a 1,000-kilometer demonstration recently, which is actually quite amazing. The challenge that we face is doing it stably in places where the fiber technology is not that good. So in highly secure ways, you can do it, but scaling it to say how like the internet works, where anybody works with anybody, that is where the challenge is for the field, even at a research level. Lastly is quantum computing. So the diagram here shows that if you have many problems to solve, some of them are easy for computers to solve. Some of them are quite hard for computers to solve. And these hard problems are actually what form the basis of the security protocols that we have, the RSA that we went over. It is such a problem that is hard for a regular computer to solve. Now you can see this quantum easy circle, which completely overlaps the easy circle, which means any problem that's easy on a regular computer is easy for a quantum computer. But then there are these hard problems that are hard for regular computers, but not so hard for quantum computers. And this is where a lot of the advantages that quantum can provide come. One of these problems to do is the simulation problem that Professor Tundan went over earlier. So if you have, say, atoms and molecules interacting with each other, this can be in many applications, right? You can have how does a chemical react with the things in your stomach? How does a nuclear reactor, like a thorium atom, reacts in the presence of different kinds of magnetic fields? These kinds of simulations are quite hard for regular computers to do, but quantum computers can do them quite easily. And this simulation is the market that is said to be the most near term, the low-hanging fruit, so to speak, for the field. And there are some reports that estimate that this will be many billions of dollars as a market. Next one is cryptanalysis. Already went over that, like these security problems. And the challenge here is something that has been defined as a control versus coherence trade-off, which I'll get into it in a bit. But the idea is making a large-scale machine. So we heard that the numbers of qubits we have is, say, 64 or 100 or 1,000. Our laptops and phones have billions of switches already. And that is a very that is a problem for quantum computers as a field, because that is when problems become interesting and they go from being just physics experiments to being like actually solvable advantages. So the hardware platforms in the global landscape. So Rajan Tundan went over some of these problems, some of these platforms as well. But what I would like to show is that they all form on these like axes. On one side is coherence and the other side is ease of control. So the way I like to think about it is imagine you have some water that you want to keep hot, but you also want to be able to move it around. Now you can either keep it in a cup, but problem with keeping it in a cup is you cannot really keep it warm for long. Whereas if you keep it in a thermos, you can keep it warm for long, but it's not easy to move it around. And moving it around is how you do the computations. Superconducting qubits, they're very easy to control, but they're very hard to keep coherent for a long time. And that is where all these other platforms come into. And here is when things become interesting. If a computer gets to this, if a quantum computer gets to this area, we can solve like actual problems that are of interest to the industry and people. And similarly, you have trapped ions, which is the one ISLER is developing. Photonic, this is a platform that I worked with. And all of them are in different stages of development, but the idea is we still don't have a transistor equivalent. Computers were cool in the 70s, but you needed warehouse sizes machines, right? And then you had vacuum tubes, magnetic tapes, and so on and so forth. But once the transistor became a thing, is when the revolution truly came along. And that is what we are looking for as a field. It's not working. Can you move the next slide, please? Oh, another one? Okay. So 5 countries and 5 development ecosystems. So I work in the US, and the US's public commitment, if you look at this table, is actually quite modest. It's only $2.7 billion. But the idea behind the US ecosystem is it relies heavily on venture capital funding. The US captures more than 50% of the global market when it comes to private funding in quantum. And that is how it is able to maintain a lead in these technologies. Then you have China's model. Completely closed. Nobody knows what they're doing really. And the research that they do release is mostly along the lines of, hey, look at this is what we did. Whereas the research that comes out of all the other US, Europe, and Japan is more like, this is how we built this thing. So the US and the China model are sort of these two poles of how you develop an ecosystem, whereas China has these massive public commitments of $15 billion, but it doesn't have much private funding, whereas the US does very modest public funding, but has a lot of private funding. Then you have Europe, which is mostly research-driven. The universities and the research, fundamental research being done in Europe is genuinely leading, but the trouble that they find is they don't get as much spin-offs, as much as commercialization that comes from their technologies. The 11 billion figure here is actually 9 billion is from separate countries doing their own independent research, like France and Germany would have 2 billion order magnitude research, and then the Union itself has committed $2 billion. Then Japan actually last year committed $7.5 billion as a public commitment. This is one of the largest public commitments that we have received in the world, apart from China, of course. And their idea is they were behind on the microchip race. They were forced to do just implementation for the microchip technologies. Now they want to be leaders and be on the table while these technologies are being developed. And then Australia is sort of a completely different model from all of these, where they have bet on a single platform. They only are developing silicon qubits because they have a lot of good research in that. And the other half of that, like this 940 million, is on one company, PsiQuantum, which they're giving 500 million to make one large computer, around 6,000 qubits. And Australia is trying to do like these high-risk, high-reward bets, whereas Japan, Europe, and US and China have like these more sort of distributed bets. They're developing all of these platforms in a more parallel manner. The other thing that I would like to say for China is their model for quantum was very much similar to how we did nuclear technologies. There was one researcher who was trained in the US in Vienna. He came back in around 2015, back to China, and essentially started the whole field from scratch there. Before that, the implementation of quantum technologies was really at a standstill But once China launched its initial satellites and initial experiments on QKD is when the entire race sort of was, like, the horses were out of the stable. And yeah, so now it's almost like a space race as competition between these countries. So talking a little bit more about the US ecosystem, because this is what I have been familiarized with, the federal government rarely does direct research in the US. What it does is it coordinates these 3 tiers of different levels of research and different goals that they have. So the first one is universities, right? They deploy basic grants and they try to make collaborations between many different universities and different professors across the country and give them very long horizon bets that, hey, in 15, 20 years, we want to see this. Maybe this would be nice. Can you do some fundamental research on this? This is high risk, high reward, but very low investment. And you kind of just let the universities do what they want. Then the second one is they have these national labs, Argonne, Fermilab, Oak Ridge, which are much more under the direct control and they receive direct funding. And their directive is, hey, the federal government wants this. So we want QKD, or we want to explore how trap downs will work, or something along those lines. And they're very focused on engineering problems and how to deploy those things. And then you have the industry, which once you have some IP that somebody feels bullish on or has some venture capital funding, you start to commercialize and set up factories and scale the technology, so to speak. And the way these interact is also interesting to me because most of the companies that are startups are spin-offs from professors who had been working in these universities, and then they wanted to make a bet on whatever their research was. So the universities feed into the industry via spin-offs, and the national labs support these 2 arms, so to speak, by providing standards and test beds. So NIST, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the US, they are the ones who are like, okay, if quantum is at this level, everybody who develops further on will have to follow these standards and so on and so forth. So they were the ones who set up these PQC standards that you had. And the way they interact is also quite interesting because they are mostly separate and they come together during conferences and very sparsely do they meet to have a collision of ideas, so to speak, and then they sort of go back to their own things, then they come back again, which is quite different from how we perceive at least the Chinese model to work, right? Which is the government wants this, everybody's focused on developing this, and then we will look at the next thing. So it's a very parallel architecture, but the secret sauce, so to speak, is this massive venture capital funding that the US is able to draw on. And lastly, as some of the open problems that you may have in the field, and this is sort of where fundamental research is being done, is across these 5 platforms. You have fault tolerance, right? So I talked about the coherence and the ease of control trade-off. Pushing all of these platforms to that top right corner on that graph, this is where fault tolerance comes in. The idea behind this is you can have many noisy qubits, and then you can create one very good qubit from them. And this NISC is what is known as near-term intermediate scale quantum, which is where they're trying to see how you can use these smaller 100 qubit, 600 qubit, 1000 qubit platforms, which are slightly noisy and are not able to execute all of these algorithms that you have, how you can use them for commercialization. So a lot of the optimization work happens in this. But the true benefits of quantum will only come into fruition when you have these FTQC transition, or this fault-tolerant quantum computing. And the research is wide open on how you can actually achieve this. Nobody knows the answer. Then you have networking. How do you actually connect these computers? So you have the classical internet, which connects all of the computers. And computers by themselves are cool, but once you had the internet, it was another revolution in computing. So what can be enabled when you have these connected quantum computers, and how will you actually connect them? That's where networking comes in. Then you have algorithms. So if you remember that quantum easy figure, a lot of the benefits of quantum computing are not yet defined, so to speak. There's almost a build it and they will come philosophy behind it right now, and we still don't know what will be the applications beyond the ones that we already have talked about in this. And this is another area of fundamental research. Then you have manufacturing, actually building out these machines and scaling them. This is a materials problem, and many different approaches. Nobody knows which one will work. And this is where the manufacturing fields comes in. Right now, there are maybe like 4 or 5 foundries that are used to develop most of the materials that people experiment on. And lastly is performance. So all of the results that have been shown today, they're sort of like best case results in very idealized settings. We don't know how it will work when you have actual users interacting with them. One of the very common things, the internet is a great example of it, is you have a good technology, but when people start using it, things break all the time. And how to make them not break, what protocols to run, what not to run, this is a performance question, and this is what I work on personally. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Deputy Director Administration, Mr. Jitendra Srivastava, to present him with a memento.
Thank you, sir. Now, introducing our next speaker, who is currently serving as the Director of IIT Hyderabad. He completed his PhD with a focus on theoretical analysis, complexity analysis, and mapping of algorithmic aspects of formal verification.
Following his doctoral studies, he worked in the telecommunications industry, where he developed distributed algorithms and contributed to network management systems, along with research in middleware-based distributed object technologies.
After gaining industry experience, he joined Intel, where he worked on formal property verification of the Itanium processor microarchitecture. During his time, he developed a strong interest in system-level modeling, simulation, and high-level behavioral and synthesis. He also contributed to next-generation IA-64 processor design and platform architecture.
In 2001, he returned to academia and joined the University of California, Irvine, as a postdoctoral research associate, where he worked on dynamic system legal power management, system on-chip design, and formal methods in embedded systems.
In 2002, he joined Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University as an assistant professor of computer engineering. His research lab, FORMAT, Formal Engineering Research with Model, Abstraction, and Transformations, focused on advanced system design methodologies.
He has made significant contributions across both industry and academia, and continues to be a leading figure in the field of computer engineering and system design. Now I invite Professor Sandeep Shukla. Now I would like to request Dr. Shruti Das Gupta, Faculty UPSIFS, to present him with a shawl and chaplain. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, please share your valuable insights with us.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks to Professor Goswami and the organizers at UPSIFS for inviting me for this very interesting program. So I do not work in cryptography, but I work in cybersecurity and work with a lot of organizations. And what is happening now is that everybody is worried about when the quantum computer becomes easily available to somebody, maybe Chinese or Americans or whoever in large size. All the data that they have been encrypting for secrecy, for confidentiality, will be actually be open to everybody. Anybody who has a quantum computer of relevant size. These are called cryptographically relevant computing resource. So, so these cryptographically relevant quantum computers, or what we call CRQC, if they are available, then we are having a problem. And because we have lots and lots of software, application, network protocols, operating system, all these things use cryptography in some form or the other. So we have to figure out where all these cryptographic algorithms are being used and which ones will actually be easy to break with CRQC. And then we have to replace them with protocols and algorithms which are not breakable by CRQC. So that is the problem that I look into. So, so now how far are we from available cryptographically relevant quantum computing? So right now, we have been seeing some commercial offerings, like for example from Google. Google actually acquired D-Wave a few years ago, and then we are seeing from IBM many iterations. Then we are seeing also some Chinese papers. But in recent time, quantum computing capability has kind of become a national strategic information, national strategic resource. So we may not even know how far a particular country might be along the process, along the path to get a cryptographically relevant computing capabilities. But since we are cybersecurity people, we always assume the worst. So we are assuming that the worst case, some adversary of ours will be able to get a 10,000 qubit computer in some time, like around 2029, 2030. So that's the current thought process of cybersecurity people, that we have to be ready for those kind of situation by 2029, 2030, max, at the max. Now it may not happen, it may never happen, it may happen in 2035, 45, whatever, but you have to always prepare for the worst. So that's the point. So this, what we found, and this has been told by Dr. Tandon and others, that there are two algorithms that people worry about. One is Grover's algorithm and another is the Shor's algorithm. Grover's algorithm is not a problem, as we will see, but Shor's algorithm is a problem. And various optimizations of Shor's algorithm are coming in. But what happens is that in cryptography, when you start encrypting data, you do not encrypt the data without the key, right? So you have to have a key. And how do you get that key material? That key material is established at the beginning of a session, and this is called a handshaking process. And during the handshaking process, a key material is established, and this key material is then used for the session, rest of the session. For a new session, new key material is established. And for data, static data, the data that you keep in your database, you have a longer term key, and that key management itself is, there are something called HSM or hardware security modules. You use them to safely store those keys so that it doesn't go into the wrong hands. Now, most communication that we do, like for example, when you browse a website, you go to your bank website, you are using HTTPS. So HTTPS uses a library, an implementation of SSL TLS, transport layer security. This transport layer security, what it does is that in the beginning, it does a handshake, and that's the time when they establish the session key with which the rest of the session is encrypted. Now this session key is going to be established using algorithms such as RSA. In TLS, it is actually not RSA, but it is Diffie-Hellman. But for many applications, many communication-oriented applications, it is either RSA or Diffie-Hellman or some variants of that. Now what happens is with the Shor's algorithm, these RSA and Diffie-Hellman, these kind of algorithms are going to be broken. Now once the symmetric key has been established, symmetric algorithm is not broken, but because I can figure out the symmetric key by breaking the asymmetric or the first handshaking algorithm, I can then use that key to actually decipher the entire communication. So as I said, that Peter Shor's 1994 paper that showed that discrete log problem, a mathematical problem on which RSA dependent or Diffie-Hellman depends, this can be broken easily by a suitably large quantum computer. A suitably large number of qubits are required to break these algorithms. And so, if there is a suitably large quantum computer available, then the RSA and Diffie-Hellman, this kind of algorithms will be broken, and because they are broken, the key that is going to be established using them will be deciphered, and therefore rest of the communication will also be easily uncovered. Now for symmetric crypto, there is a famous work by Love Grover. Love Grover showed that using a quantum computer, you can get a square root advantage in terms of search. So if you needed time, 2 to the n time to do the search, now you will need 2 to the root n time for the search. So therefore, what happens now is that your search algorithm will be slightly faster, but not fast enough to make much difference. If you double the key size, then you will be fine. So Shor's algorithm actually is the basis of our fear and basis of the threat. So Grover's algorithm, initially people thought that this might also have some problem, this might also pose some problem for us, but turns out, first of all, you can double the key size, and second thing, the square root of 2 to the n is 2 to the n by 2, and therefore if you double the size of the key, then you are going to be equally secure. So for example, instead of using AES 128, you can use AES 256, which most people are using anyway. NIST is still standardizing AES 128, so they are not too worried about Grover's algorithm. Also, Grover's algorithm is not parallelizable, so therefore Grover's algorithm will not be easily doable using quantum computing capabilities. Now, last few months, things have progressed very fast, and what we saw is a series of papers by Google and Oratomic and Stanford and Caltech researchers. So earlier we used to think that actually a result by Gidney from Google Research, that you need about 1 million qubits to actually break RSA 2048. RSA 2048 is a common cipher used for the handshaking. Then another paper came out last year that showed that no, you don't need million, you can do it 100,000, a lakh of qubits, which is also very difficult. Then Drake, Bonnet and their colleagues showed that ECC is another algorithm, elliptic curve cryptography, that can be broken with 500,000 qubits. But what happened in the last month is that there is a new paper that shows that about 10,000 qubits can break RSA 2048 using a spatial optimization of Shor's algorithm, and a few less bits, about 8,000 or so, you can break ECC 256. So basically now we have to wait for a computer that is about 10,000 qubit, logical qubits. Right now we have about 100 to 150. So we are far away, but these things can have an exponential growth. So the other issue that we are worried about is something called harvest now, decrypt later. So in this threat, we are thinking that an adversary might actually record our communication, especially communication that are nationally sensitive, for example. And then they can actually wait for quantum capable computing to be available, then they will decrypt it. Now sometimes when we do a communication, we want that information to be secured and confidential for a long time, 50 years, 100 years, like that, especially national secrets, defense secrets, and so on. Now if quantum computer becomes available in the next 5-10 years, and that time before that, right now, if some adversary is recording all our communication, then they will know these secrets, which we wanted to be secret for 50, 100 years, in the next 5 to 10 years. So that is one of the big threats we are worried about. And here we have this notion of Moscow's theorem. So in Moscow's theorem, this Z is the time. So let's say this is 2026, and let's say this is 2030. This is when the quantum computer will have 10,000 qubits. And let's say this is the time we need to become ready for post-quantum. That is, right now, let's say I am a bank, or I am a State Department of the US, and I am trying to implement, instead of RSA or instead of Diffie-Hellman, I am now starting to implement the new post-quantum algorithms, and it takes me 2 years to replace all the software with the new algorithm. And X is the amount of time I want the data to be secret, like for example 50 years. So here I am at 2030, let's say this is 2028, yes, and this is 50 years. So there is a huge window when my secrets are revealed, right? So this is what we call the harvest now and this decrypt later, and this could be a big problem. So I have 2 minutes left, so I'm gonna quickly wrap up. So we already talked about that RSA, ECC, etc. Can be broken by 2029, 2030. That's what people are predicting. Then Shor's algorithm we have seen. Now the post-quantum algorithms that have already been standardized by NIST after a 7-year worldwide competition through multiple rounds. One is called the key encapsulation mechanism, which basically says how a symmetric key will be encapsulated and securely sent across the network, right? So that you can establish a session key. So this is KEM. I'll not go into the details of that. And the second thing is the digital signature. Private public key is used for digital signature and signature verification. So we need that to actually, so there are multiple algorithms that has been standardized, 3 algorithms that have been standardized. Now all these things, instead of depending on this integer factorization problem or depending on the discrete logarithmic problem, here we depend on a lot more combinatorial problems. So problems, for example, this is what is called a lattice. So shortest vector in a lattice for a very large dimensional lattice is very, very difficult, mathematically difficult. Quantum computers cannot make it easy. So that's the idea that is used. And another problem that is used is from linear algebra called learning with errors. So even in the learning with errors also, I do not have time to go through this, but this is how the learning with error also provides a very difficult problem to reverse a computation. So what NIST has done is that they have given one key encapsulation algorithm called Crystal Kyber, and then 3 digital signature algorithms, and they standardize them, and the information processing standardization body FIPS also standardize them, and these are the 3 digital signature: Dilithium, Falcon, and then Sphinx. These have different advantages and disadvantages. I wouldn't be able to go through them. So Crystal Kyber depends on the problem of learning with error. So different algorithms depend on different hard problems. Dilithium also depends on the learning with errors. The Falcon is based on lattice and the shortest vector problem, and this is a hash-based. This doesn't require either lattice or LWE. This is a different algorithm. This is for short signatures, and these things have interesting security properties, but they are not mathematically proven. For example, this and this are not mathematically proven. In fact, the fear is that one day somebody will find a way to even break these, right? So lattice shortest distance problem, shortest vector problem, or learning with error problem. Right now we do not know how to solve them, even we using a quantum computer, but that doesn't mean that somebody will not find a way. So therefore we have to keep vigilant as to if somebody is even breaking these algorithms. So there are already certain problems. For example, the implementation of these algorithms are, if you don't do it correctly, you will have various types of attacks on them, like side channel attacks, cryptoanalytic attacks, implementation bugs. Sorry. Okay. What happened? Yes. So now, therefore, we have to actually start preparing for the era of quantum computer, and that requires you have to first figure out where are you using crypto in your systems, which application, which algorithms, etc. Then figure out what is the risk. In case you could not replace it, what would be the risk? Is this software handling a lot of personal data? Is this software handling a lot of monetary transaction, etc.? Then you have to move to a crypto agile system. So which means that many algorithms many software are not written in a way so that you can just plug out the crypto and replace with a new crypto. They are very entangled. So you have to redo the software completely to change the crypto. And then you have to move to the algorithms like Kyber, Dilithium, etc. Then you have to monitor the crypto threats, whether this is being attacked and so on and so forth. We also have to change our digital certificates that we get for our website, etc., because they have to now have the crypto algorithms, like they have to add the crypto algorithms here, the post-quantum crypto algorithms. The final thing I want to say is that this is the roadmap for PQ migration, and this was given in 2022 by the Department of Homeland Security, right? And that basically said that transition to post-quantum by 2030, right? But now with the new results, or atomic results and so on, I think now they're saying to 2029 is the worst case that we have to go to post-quantum. Now in India we are in 2026 and we are nowhere near post-quantum in most places. Few exceptions are there. So we have to start doing this at a very rapid speed, and we need actually to take this at a very serious way. And DSCI, the Data Security Council of India, published a roadmap very similar to this 2 months ago. So people should pay attention to that roadmap. And right now, RBI and SEBI, etc., are also making some instructions to the banks and in the securities companies also to do this. So this is the time that we are going to go very full scale post-quantum migration. If you don't, then all our money and everything will be easily, fudgeable. So that's where we are. So that's it. So this is just a summary. I have the slides with Professor Goswami, so you can get them if you want. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Director, sir, to present him a memento.
We now arrive at one of the most engaging segments of today's workshop, the panel discussion. This session will bring together diverse perspectives and expert insights. The topic for the discussion is Quantum Reality Check. How near is the threat? How vast the opportunity?
I now request our moderator, Professor Ajay Singh, and all esteemed panel members, Dr. Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO of QNU Labs, Bangalore, Mr. Nilesh, CEO of 42 Labs, Pune, and Mr. Mayank Verma, CEO of QCrypt Technologies, Kanpur, to kindly take their seats on stage. I now request Administrative Officer and Additional SP, Mr. Atul Yadav, to present them sapling and shawls. Thank you, sir. Now I request our esteemed moderator to begin with the discussion.
Welcome to this panel discussion on how quantum technologies are shaping our future. We are indeed privileged to have some of India's industry's leading lights in quantum technology here with us who are not only industry leaders, but they are pioneers and they are crafting the way forward in the quantum space, not only for their own companies, but also for the country. Let me begin with a short introduction of each one of these for those who might not know them. Dr. Sunil Gupta is a key figure in the Indian quantum technology ecosystem, spearheading efforts to make communication infrastructure future-proof against quantum computing threats. His leadership at QNU Labs reflects a blend of deep technical expertise, global corporate experience, and entrepreneurial drive. Welcome, sir, to this discussion. We also have with us Mr. Nilesh Dande, who is a key figure in the deep tech cybersecurity landscape, driving 42 labs to deliver quantum-resistant, high-trust solutions for critical infrastructure. His leadership reflects a blend of entrepreneurial drive, technical depth, and national mission alignment under the Make in India initiative. We also have with us Mr. Mayank Verma, co-founder of CryptShield Technologies, a telecom veteran from CDOT with years of experience as a security professional and a former scientist who's worked for over 20 years in CDOT. Welcome, Mr. Nilesh and Mr. Mayank Verma. Thank you for coming for this panel discussion. There are lots of students here who are waiting to listen from you because they can draw upon inspiration from you as to how you went about your journey and why you are doing what you are doing today. So let me start with you, Dr. Sunil Gupta. Could you share the story behind your startup motivation, what inspired its creation, and how do you see your company shaping the quantum computing landscape?
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So, story goes way back to 2016. That was a time when India had announced demonetization. And what basically, besides that event, the key was that India would move from a cash-based economy to a digital economy. And we had the thesis that there is no digital economy without digital trust. So we went and said, okay, let's look at how good is the digital trust. So when we went and spent some time, we found three issues. One was that the cybersecurity or trust was reactive. People were responding to the threats and not proactively working on it. Second was that everything that we were using, software, hardware, was foreign made, which means that our ability to customize it for our own nation need was not possible. And third thing, what we realized was that cybersecurity is gamed system, in the sense that cybersecurity companies offers you a treatment but not cure, which means that they will always keep you in a loop where you keep buying new hardware, new software, and they do not want you to solve that problem. And this is what we call it cat and mouse game. While cybersecurity is not meant to be a cat and mouse game. So we said we will break this cybersecurity paradigm by bringing a future technology into present. And that is where we were the first company in India to do quantum tech and quantum cybersecurity. Because the idea of taking India into the next generation and bring the quantum future technology into present. So that is where the QNU started. Yeah.
Thank you. Nilesh, you are the CEO of your company. I'm sure you could have been happily employed somewhere else and earned much more than you're probably presently earning because of your immense capabilities. But what made you choose this entrepreneurship journey? Why did you want to get into this space as part of your journey? What was your storyline?
So, actually it's just a one word, right? It is the freedom. See, it is when you are starting a company, it is like basically giving a birth to a baby, right? And it is in your hand, how do you then basically shape up and make it grow over the period of time, right? Of course, if it is a human baby, there is a less control, but in this case, you have a better control part of it. Okay, so that was basically one thing. And second thing, biggest motivation factor was actually we happened to engage with defense. And as Ajay sir has basically said in this morning, so technology works in both the ways, right? It empowers as well as it exposes. And many of us probably may have recollect that WikiLeaks and Snowden event that has happened, right? And that was a stark reality check, saying how much we can actually depend on to the foreign technologies and even algorithms part of it, right? And that was the mantle which myself and my co-founding member basically took to say that why don't we basically create an ecosystem here where you have the solution which can be trustworthy, which you can dissect, right? And which you can actually then enable the country with to empower it in the right manner, right? So that's...
Thank you. Mayanji, you have also spent considerable time in the industry. What made you suddenly think of quantum as your next move?
My journey started as an entrepreneur 3 years back. I was working as a QC head for a chat application for government and defense personnel. And in this, at that time, Apple has published one paper, PQ3, in 2024. Then I started, can we introduce some post-quantum cryptography in our chat application to make it sovereign, air gap, free from foreign players. And then I was started to looking some co-founders from good background, with a good research, and luckily we got one co-founder from IIT Kanpur, and with help of them I introduced one of my colleague as a PhD student to make it a world competitive product. And now after spending 1 year, I have filed 3 patents, Indian patent right now, and then will definitely lead to US patent. How to make crypto resilient Indian ecosystem, with the core Indian technology proven in India for the world. This is my entrepreneur journey. We cannot do this type of work in the government setup. I'm not telling this is bad, but there is a certain limitations, and you have certain hierarchy. So as Nilesh sir said, the freedom to do, freedom to scale, and freedom to do for the nation with a bigger scale. As I was leading the 4G technology deployment in Eastern India, Northeastern India, I was leading 10 states. So the one state is bigger than the Europe country. So I have the experience. So why I am not going to do the entrepreneurship and making the things at a global level? So this is my journey.
So amazing to hear 3 different people coming from 3 different cities, Bangalore, Pune and Kanpur, and having 3 different reasons why they got into creating products for India and also getting into the quantum space. So many of the students offline were asking me, so what is it that we can do? I think you are the role models for the Indian ecosystem actually. And people will look to you to find answers as to what do these students, what is it that they can do at this stage going forward, which will take them on a path similar to yours. We'll start from you.
Taking the path similar to us, we have spent a lot of time in the industry to understand the use cases. I'm not telling I'm a researcher. You become the researcher and do some lots more. Who, for us, is still, for me, the struggling phase to identify the problems and all. You can do. There is lots of scope in the quantum, and one important thing, quantum is emerging. There's no one is number one, number two. Leapfrogging can be done from the India. So good research is happening in India, and make it from paper to product. This is the main thing, from paper to product. Good IP, good product. Say, you can see the product in cyberspace, which this is the cloud security, cyber security system, and they have good pictorial view with the business perspective. Okay, the technology behind is not bigger, but the product is good. That's why the business accepting it. The adaptability depends on your use cases, and business make easy. Okay, so you just think about the research and real life scenario. Once you are capable enough to integrate with these two things, real life scenario, business scenario, and the research, you will definitely become an entrepreneur.
Nilesh, your views, please.
Yeah. So guys, let me make this interesting for you, okay? Listen to this. So think in your head right now, what am I made of? Nilesh, your body, what is it made of? You'll say molecules, right? Then atoms. What are atoms made of? Those are subatomic particles. That means you are actually made of quantum. Now you'll be able to relate to that. Okay, another interesting fact for you. If you look at the atom, 99.999% it is empty space, right? If you remove that empty space, the entire human race can fit into the sugar cube. Okay? So anyway, this was a fun fact just to get your attention, because I think the lunch break is nearing. So from the perspective of the possibilities of what can happen, there are virtually limitless possibilities. Okay? I think you actually got a sense of it. Predominantly our sessions were focused onto the cybersecurity domain today. However, quantum also brings another possibilities as well, right? Which is a quantum computing, which can change literally the human lives. It will empower, right? Now, if you look at the quantum computing part of it, there are 3 or 4 different things which are already emerging. You don't need to be a researcher. You can be a good application developer who can write algorithms for the quantum computer for the real life problems as well, right? Or you want to build the quantum computer, you can build varied applications in the different field. My area of expertise, of course, is cybersecurity, right? Which I think you guys also might be slightly inclined on because of the institution that you are in. And within the cybersecurity domain, again, there are layers. At the bottommost layer, you say that I want to basically change the trust infrastructure, right? That's where algorithm comes in. If you have a mathematical mindset, that's where you go. If you say, no, this is not my baby, I want to basically go at a network layer. Okay, there are possibilities there as well. There are possibilities into application stack, because unless and until all these 3 stacks, which is mathematics, the network, the operating system, and the application kind of comes together, we wouldn't have solved the problem of a digital trust. Okay? So those are the possibilities that are there within the quantum domain.
Yeah, Sunilji, your views, please.
So, I'll give you a little bit of a little story. So when we started the company, one of the biggest risks we were told is about how will you get the right people, right? Because everybody thought that for quantum tech, you need probably people from different planet, right? So, but that was not true, right? What we actually did we of course had a core team with a telecom and cybersecurity background. But our real workforce came from people like students like you, right? And a lot of young, smart kids like you, we invited them to come and talk to us. And there were 2 requirements we had for them. One is, do they really believe in themselves? Because the self-confidence because in what we are doing, in fact, quantum is all about
Because you will not get consensus, you need conviction, right? So when you do a startup, you need conviction. When you want to work in the new technology, you need a unwavering conviction in yourself that what you think and what your idea is, you have the conviction to take it forward. So that is first thing which is very important, the people who had a belief in their ideas, who had the right reason of joining Keynote, right? Or for that matter, doing anything. Second important aspect was, are you ready to fail? Because I used to talk to students, I say, have you ever failed in your life? Most of them will say, I never failed in their life, right? I said, okay, then how would you deal with every morning coming to office, taking a hypothesis, run an experiment, end of the day you will fail. You will go back home, come back next morning fresh and ready to do another hypothesis and run an experiment and fail again. And that is what is needed, right? This is not only a different technology, right? When in India we are trying to build this deep tech, in whether it's quantum or AI, what is required a very different approach to the life, right? Have your self-confidence, have a belief in your ideas, and then ready to fail. Because success is always created on failure, right? That's a stepping stone. So my view is, as long as you stick to those two principles, you will be all good for the new tech.
So there is a lot of mystery about deep tech, and people think that to be into deep tech you need to have a particular bent of mind as a researcher, or maybe strong engineering skills, strong analytical skills. How can anyone start contributing in this field, and what is it that way they can keep learning, because everything is changing. Every day new things are coming out, and therefore people need to learn constantly. For example, how do the people in your company keep learning?
So I'll answer the first part, which is important, that and this we solved and understood very differently. People tend to confuse the deep tech with other tech, right? I don't consider AI as a deep tech. I don't even consider post-quantum as a deep tech, right? Because, see, deep tech has to have a piece of science in it. Very important. It has to deal with the fundamental science, and that's the reason we broke the deep tech into 4 pieces. We said proof of science, proof of tech, proof of business, and proof of scale, right? Which means that when you're doing a deep tech, there has to be element of a fundamental research, fundamental physics that you need to understand, and then use that to build a different solution or a tech, right? So coming to your second question that you were talking about how do we...
how do people train themselves
actually?
Yeah. So, because it's a constant learning exercise.
Yeah. So for that you need a specialization, right? For example, in CUNY Labs, what we do is we have a set of PhDs and masters whose only focus and the mindset and the bent is only to do research. They come every day, have hypotheses, run experiments, run simulations, do modeling, and they come up with some fundamental theorems, algorithms, and so on, saying, okay, I have a problem, I have broken down the problem into fundamental science and I've solved that problem, right? And those people then only do that. Then we have a second set of people who are engineers, who have the capability to take a research, fundamental research into a prototype, where they're electronics guys, photonics and so on, or the computer science guys, they take that and build into some prototype and so on. That's the way you learn, right? Learn through experiments, learn through prototyping. That's the way you can learn, right? And of course, third part is when you say, okay, I'm going to build a commercial ready product. Even if you do first two, you can be part of academia, but you can never be part of the industry if you don't do the third part very well, that how do you convert a tech into a meaningful product for which somebody will buy and give you the money. And if somebody buys it, this means you're solving a problem or a pain for which customer is ready to pay for you and it is meaningful for them, right? And then you have to also learn how to do a meaningful product that can sit into the ecosystem, it can integrate with current infrastructure and so on. So there's an opportunity to learn science, there's a research, there's an opportunity for you to learn engineering, then ability to learn product management and product engineering and so on.
Thank you for that. Nilesh, do you have anything to add to this? How do people learn in your company? Everyone can't be an engineer, everybody can't be a researcher.
I think that is correct. See, the way I will differentiate the deep take versus basically the building of the application is the inordinate amount of time it basically takes to kind of build the tech like quantum, right? Or the tech like post-quantum cryptography. So it is very well known fact that they actually took around 8 years for a standardization of a post-quantum cryptographic algorithm, right? Why does it take? Because you need to basically figure out all the possibilities where it can fail. And then you say that, okay, this is the algorithm I am bringing to the life. Okay. So one word that is most critical inside that is a persistent, right? And the second word which is most critical is the passion. Now, from our perspective, guys, friends, right? Everybody will have their own different passions, right? Different likings part of it. And this has been told zillions of times to you guys that follow your dreams. Why do we people say follow your dream? Because the area that you like, right, you can then build up that, if you are passionate about that, then you can build persistence inside that. If you are able to sustain that persistence for a long period of time, you will be able to definitely make a difference inside that. Okay? You don't need to be really a geek saying, I'm going to unless and until I'm a geek, I won't be able to invent anything, right? You don't. If you are passionate, right, the innovation, the idea, it will actually come to you, okay? And that is what we basically look into the people. So when we ask the question saying, what is your number one motto when you are working, right? If the guy comes across as a passionate and a persistent guy into the respective area, okay, we say that this is a good fit. This is a good cultural fit for us. Right? That's.
Mayankji, you would like to add to that?
Definitely, as Sunil sir said, the all four perspective and persistence and efforts, these all, I just tell you the one example. Say Zomato, you are ordering something from Zomato, there is a problem of optimization. There is a latency in the ordering, processing, all. So you can solve by two ways. One is optimizing your algorithm. Other one, increasing the CPU requirement. Okay, your number of CPUs, memory and all. So second is business perspective. You don't have a time, you just increase your data centers capacity and make it faster for the business. First one is optimization. Here the deep tech is coming. You have to learn the things from basics of science, basics of engineering, and this need persistence definitely, and perseverance, and ek kehte pagalpanti ki had. Then you will make a deep tech company. It will take your time, your efforts, your life. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a lot of hype in most technologies. There is the reality and there is the hype. And particularly with regard to PQC, there are a lot of messages going around that your encryption will be broken. How real is this? How soon do we need to get prepared for this? Everybody has their own views and there are theorems and various ways to look at it. But just from a gut feel point of view, looking at the global scenario, how near are we to this problem really facing us and hitting us? We are not prepared, that is true. And you are at the forefront of fighting against that, and you are trying your best to educate, you are trying to make people aware, and you are trying to make people move before something untoward happens and Q day happens, as they say. So, how do people separate the hype from the reality, and how real is this problem?
So, we started almost 10 years ago when we took this assumption that a Q day will come, right? Of course, I still remember a chart that I drew where I put 6 parameters. Because we were starting in 2016, we had no idea that whether whatever we are solving problem, whether it's going to really happen or not. So only way for us to track was to have some markers, right? Are we moving in the right direction? So I put 6 of them, but I will talk about a few of them. So So first was that is the government are investing heavily into these technologies, right? If investment comes from government and venture capital, then you know that it's not hype. There's a real problem that is coming there, right? Second aspect comes in when there's some early trials happen, right? This means somebody is realizing there is a problem that needs to be solved, and the people are ready to invest time and money to do that. Third aspect was when the standardization happened, right? If this technology is really coming together, then investment will happen towards building standards and other things. And then fourth one is, of course, is when policies get done around that. So I would say that as long as any new technology curves follow these markers, right, then you believe that it is not a hype, and it is probably hype to reality is a cycle, right? So initially, very early on, it is hype, but as some of these markers start coming to the picture, it converts into reality. Fortunately, in quantum communication, all of them fell in place, right? Today we have standardization, we have policies, we have early trials, investment, and so on. So I think that is the way. So otherwise, there is very difficult to separate from hype in reality when you're taking a very early bet. But following markers and constantly, I would say, adjusting to those, that makes the way.
Is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, it is actually, the analogy is, if somebody tells कि आपके घर का जो ताला है वो टूटने वाला है, बराबर? What will you do? Will you wait saying नहीं देखेंगे बाद में, or will you go and change it? It is as simple as that, right? Now, since this is again a digital forensic science, let me give you another analogy. See, basically chain of custody is important, the evidences are important, right? Evidences are data. Now, the data, it is basically kept in a locked boxes, right? What if the boxes are stolen? Will you be worried? Saying, nahi, us pe tala laga hai, don't worry, don't have to worry. Okay, so I think that is the reality of life, which I think everybody understands. And instead of, if you replace the boxes with the sovereignty, with the data that is residing within the country, right? Will you wait? You won't wait, because cybersecurity, sir, you have been my guru in the cybersecurity, and you yourself have taught us that only paranoid survive in this case, right? So from the reality perspective, there are various timelines. The jury is still out there. Koi bol raha hai 2027, 2030. People, I think there was a paper also recently, right, which basically claimed that ECC can be broken within 1000 qubits. Then there was a counter paper saying, no, 1000 qubits se upar quantum computer ja hi nahi sakta, right? So I think this is all noise. What this has basically given us is an opportunity to do a instrumentation of sovereignty of our nation, where we should not be dependent on any foreign influence, as Sajay sir has told, okay, and to do a house cleaning activity, okay. Now, isme trick hai, house cleaning mein. Another analogy here is, so if the cryptography, when you say that I want to change the cryptography, it is like this room, right? This room has a lot of wiring inside. When you want to basically change the cryptography, it is like changing the wiring where the people are sitting, and this function should perform at this point of time when the wiring change is going on. That's the basic concept that is there. Because the operations has to go on, that means the wiring change has to be live, that means it has to be a slow and deliberate process, and that means that we have to begin as on date today. So there is no real answer to in terms of time. The real answer is we should begin.
Thank you for that. I have one final question for the three of you, and maybe you can add your comments at that time. I think the thing that the common message I see is you talked about conviction, you talked about passion, and you talked a little bit and indirectly about proactiveness. But what I see common among the three of you is a spirit of nationalism, something that you wanted to do for the country. It's probably hidden, not come out, but you have taken on a task where you are competing with global giants who have no end to their resource base. They have enough to buy technology from anywhere, hire the best people, So you are competing against a giant really. And that requires a different mindset. So how do you react to this? I know conviction plays a part, passion plays a part, but is the national spirit to create something for the country, to create products for the country, is that part of your build-up?
Yeah. Sir, this is a very relevant question. Okay. I was in a meeting in Mumbai, Bandha Kurla complex, with some India prominent financial company CEOs and CTOs. We were delivering the post-quantum migration timeline and all. And what was the mindset? The mindset was, this is not our bucket, okay, we are not going to indulge in it. This is definitely the big companies like IBM and all, they will come with the solution, and then vendor-specific things they will change it, okay. They don't know the meaning of the strength of this problem. As I told you, there's a two type of mindset. One is hype, one is reality. Hype from common people, they don't know the underlying efforts going on in the world level, global level. Another one is scientific community who know the technicality, right? So this is true. Hype is also true, and the underlying efforts making the progress day by day is also true. So definitely we are building the products. We are not building the product only for India at the global level, and we are simultaneously fighting with the companies who have say Bahubali, multiple hands, okay, from muscle power, from financial power to definitely they have the technical strength much bigger than us. But one more thing I want to add here. First client for deep tech company should be from the government. To support the deep tech, you have to make its product usable, give the use case. I'll tell you the one example. 4 years back, 4G era was beginning in India. Nobody is thinking about India can build the 4G type of, means telecom vendor supplier in India. Now this is the reality. We have pan-India data center. I myself built 10 data center, air gap data center in East India. The total 40 data centers built in 4 years with air gap solution. We build all the software, okay, in air gap system, deployed. Now the 1 lakh tower running our own system, built in India, by the Indians for the global companies.
Thank you, sir. I'll have to cut you short because I have a time warning. So Nilesh, quickly to answer this question, please.
Sure. So, two things. I think, because this is an emerging field, I don't, of course, muscle power in terms of capital and all of that is fine. But as on date today, because it is an emerging field, it is a level playing field. If we do the right things, okay, we should be able to compete and bring out the best of the technology. Second thing is, the Indian mindset is frugal, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, Sunil, when he started, we've started with, we are extremely capital efficient in that sense because of the availability of the engineer, the talent pool that exists here. If you are able to harvest that and tap it appropriately, I think we should be able to do it fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think what Nilesh said is right. I think there's an opportunity level playing field. But I think key is that if we don't follow others and if we look at our own country, own challenges, we look at use cases. India is the use case capital of the world. My view is that some of the best use cases are here, not outside. And if we are able to take those use cases, apply our technology in a very intuitive, intelligent way, that is the way to beat them. So if we start chasing them and start copying them, that is where we will lose the game.
Thank you so much. Some amazing words of wisdom from who I call the icons of the Indian quantum industry. They have dared to take on the challenge, they have dared to move forward, they have dared to create products, and I'm sure they'll meet with great success, not only in India but globally. But key messages: passion, conviction, perseverance, and a bit of nationalism along with that, so that we can build some technology in India. Last point that he said, use cases are the most important thing. If you can find use cases, all of us can become entrepreneurs like them. convert those use cases into products which will help people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, our moderator and esteemed panel members. Now I request Dr. Neha Mathur, Faculty UPSIFS, Dr. K.K. Dubey, Faculty UPSIFS, Dr. Sapna Sharma, Dean School of Forensic Science, and Dr. Habibur Rahman, Faculty UPSIFS, to present memento to our moderator and panel members as token of appreciation.
Thank you, our esteemed dignitaries and faculty members. Our next speaker is the Chairman and Managing Director of BNB Security and Automation Solutions, Bangalore. With over a decade of leadership experience, he has been instrumental in building BNB into a trusted name in security and automation solution with a strong presence across major cities in India.
He is also the Managing Trustee of BNB Foundation, where he actively contributes towards social initiatives, especially in the field of education. His rich professional journey also includes international experience, having worked in leadership roles in countries like Bahrain and the UAE. Kindly welcome Shri Anand V. Vhatt. Now I would like to invite AR Academics Mr. Vivek Kumar to present sapling and shawl as token of appreciation.
Thank you, sir. Sir, please grace the audience with your insights.
Good afternoon. First of all, I thank Dr. Goswami for giving this opportunity to speak in this august forum. We have seen many eminent speakers with so much of knowledge and experience speaking about quantum computing in the last 3 to 4 hours. Personally, I was not aware so much of quantum advancement has happened in India. Probably I had not read about it, but today it's enlightening me. When I passed my engineering in 1988, it was microprocessor 8085. I don't know how many of you are aware about it. And such a basic computing system. Today we are standing in the era of quantum computing. It's exponential, change or exponential growth which has happened in the last 30, 35 years. As Dr. Ajay Chaudhary mentioned, the world is moving towards unipolar. What it means? The threat is going to be higher and higher, the risk is going to be higher and higher. There will be external threats and there will be internal threats. And technology going into the hands of bad actors, and they can't target anyone. I think today I'll discuss a little bit about internal risk and internal threat. I don't want to go to external threat. In many states, we have seen that the law enforcers are lacking in depth of knowledge in this increasing AI and computing age. Just imagine if we are not able to support our citizen and the MSME, which are the backbone of this country, where both are not able to afford on having the internal high security requirement. Of course, the large and global organizations, they can afford and they can have. If we don't support the individuals and the MSME, then we will be failing in total. And it should be a proactive approach than a post-mortem or a limited compliance approach. As we are a system integration company with R&D, manufacturing, and the software development, we are also working on huge database. In fact, these database can be used for the betterment of the society. About the technology, everyone has spoken, so much of insight, but I want to deviate a little bit. And I think India is in number 2 as far as utilization of mobile phones are considered or internet usage is considered. And we have more than 1 billion SIM cards and more than 2 billion bank accounts. Just imagine, from these 2.2 billion bank accounts, every day someone steals 1 rupee from individual, just 1 rupee. And in a year, more than 1 lakh crore money is lost. And this looks very simple, stealing 1 rupee, and no one would bother. At the end of the day, 1 rupee goes probably. Actually, the messages also won't come. I think message will come after 500 or 1,000 rupees, something like that. That means the individuals and the MSMEs are at risk. And we need to think in depth. Everyone is aware of the cyber frauds and which are the scams happening within the country. It's not only hurting us, it's also bringing bad name from outside. The people who are looking from outside, I've seen recently some videos of some ethical hackers hacking some of these call center, which are scamming the people. Therefore, today looking at the so high number of students studying cyber crime and forensic. And I know you will be able to contribute in a greater extent to the society. And we should all thank Dr. Goswami having this vision and building this institute or the university, which will go a long way and also provide so much of knowledge, comfort, and the trust in this society. If you look at the first image, this I picked up from Times of India yesterday when I was traveling from Bangalore. It was in Times of India Bangalore edition. So scamsters are not bothered now. They are least bothered who is at the other end. And this is the top cop of Bangalore. And they are using his photo and creating a WhatsApp account and trying to extract money from everyone. It happened to me also. One of the persons sitting in the UK, one day he used my photo and sending, the request for money to all my contacts. It so happened he sent it to one of my colleagues who is just sitting next to me, and immediately I came to know. Therefore, I could alert everyone that not to send any money. So this can happen to anyone. The larger the corporates or the multinationals, they have all the compliances and they have set up security rules by design that this needs to be done. Like by design in the sense, if we have to change our password every 1 month, let us say it is by design, you have to do it. You cannot compromise on it. So every organization, whether it's MSME or a large organization, has to implement this. Where the people are the failing is the individual level and some of the micro and small organizations. And therefore it has to be from compliance to design. And it should be there in every architecture. Of course, so much has been spoken about this. I also don't want to take much of time because I am standing between lunch and you. As BNB, as an organization, and also having a BNB foundation, what we can do better for the society. We can not only train the talent, in fact, we are going to align with some of the universities wherein we will train the students and certify them on cyber security, the forensic, as well as we will mentor them. This is our aim. And then, as we are all speaking about the quantum is, when I say quantum, quantum 1,000 or 6,000 is very near to us. Having so much of database in India, having so much of population, and we can create so many use cases, and these use cases could be used for training all the students. Just before I conclude, so far it has been a very serious discussion. I would like to end on a lighter note. And I want all of you to observe this picture, which is going to come. So what everyone looks at the tooth. Tooth is missing, right? Yes? This is what, we have the problem currently. We only look at the problem statement which is in front of us. The eyebrow is also missing. Did anyone see this? Yeah, some of you. So therefore, the problems are deeper and deeper and deeper. We cannot just look at the problem or the problem statement which is at the front. So therefore, let us all work together and use this deep technology, ensure that a greater and confident society is created. Thanks a lot again. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Director Sir to kindly felicitate him with a memento as a token of respect and appreciation.
Now it is time to felicitate the participants from different universities. Firstly, we invite Dr. Yogendra Kumar and his team from SMS Engineering and Management College. Next, we invite Dr. Gaurav Patel and his team from Ambalika Institute of Technology. Next, we have Mr. Krish Mishra from Chandigarh University. Last but not the least, we have Dr. Avinash Kumar and his team from T.S. Mishra University.
As we approach the conclusion of this enriching workshop, we take a moment to reflect on the knowledge and insights shared today. May I now request Mr. Rajiv Malhotra, Additional Director, UPSIFS, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we come to the end of this insightful, engrossing, and absorbing session, I have been assigned the role of delivering the vote of thanks. The session on this quantum computing, has helped us to delve into the world of tomorrow. My special thanks to respected Ajay Chaudhary sir, Chairman, National Quantum Mission, and all the distinguished and eminent keynote speakers who have spared their invaluable time and have blessed us and have honored us by coming to our institutes. The concept of quantum computing has been explained in a very simple manner, and there is no denying the fact that the tomorrow of we all belongs to this concept of quantum computing. The terms, the concepts which have been used today will be in common man's parlance in a very short while from now in the next years to come. One thing is very clear, that the technology which is evolving and developing, quantum computing would be the buzzword. And the bottom line of all technology is the betterment of the humanity and of the community. My thanks to the founding director of this institute, Dr. Goswami sir, whose unwavering passion, dedication, systematic planning, and hard work has gone into making this session a very fruitful one. My thanks to DIG Hemraj Meena and his entire team for seeing that the logistics which are used in this session were meticulously utilized. Again, my heartfelt gratitude to the chief guest, sir. You have really blessed us. You have honored us, sir, and your presence was very motivating and very inspiring. And our session is as good as the audience are. And today, the audience was wonderful. Again, with this, sir, I end this session, and I invite everyone for lunch. And we conclude this session, sir. Thank you so much. National anthem. We will be having national anthem as per the tradition of our institute, sir.
Closing. With this, we come to the end of today's insightful one-day workshop. We sincerely thank all our respected dignitaries, speakers,